Yo 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 yo. Oh yeah. How's it going? Your show is on. Turn everything off. It's time to watch St. Joel of Pennsylvania entertain you for 3 to 4 hours, shaking his ass and doing millennial core humor. Wart, wart, wart. I'm jolking my shit. 34 straight hours of streaming. I'll be saying the ABCs for the entire time. Frontwards and backwards, drunk. I've been a long time fan since I've been able to listen to your videos. Thank you, Kimberly. Good to see you. I'm off tomorrow, so I have time tonight. Good, Rick. We need you. We need you in here. Such interesting graphics. Oh, that's Robin. That's his work. I tell him that could be turned into a video game. One of them electronic interactive games. Joel, I did it. I studied for over a year and started my first week as a financial advisor. Nice, Kingdom Cali. That's amazing. How goes it so far? Did you like inherit clients or do you have to find your own clients? What's up, Kaylee? Perfect time, you just got home. Welcome back to your home. It's your home. You live here. But the current record is 35 hours. Wait, oh, for streaming? Straight? Really? I swear I thought some streamers had streamed for like a week and they were like literally holding his body up. Finally made it to medical assistance. School just started. Nice, that's awesome. Not inheriting, but set up to focus on a teacher market in need of retirement savings. Oh, okay, that's good. You know, interestingly enough, I've heard like a lot of teachers are really intelligent with their investments, and there's kind of an exorbitant number of teachers that are millionaires somehow through appropriate investing. I don't know if that's true or not, but I guess I wouldn't be surprised if they're kind of like locked in on exactly what they have to do, but also how did they do that? Maybe I'm just making all this up. What's up, Holly? I'm tired. 29 in 2 days, and I feel like it's time for a midlife crisis. Yeah, be careful, bro. I don't know how they expect people to drive. I've been hearing so much about truck drivers who just like illegally get their CDL, or like they'll go in with like an earpiece and somebody will like read the question to them and give them the answers, and then they're out there just like operating massive machinery while like running over families of 4. It's just like, holy shit. Yeah, the teachers get it by insider trading. Every teacher is Jeffrey Epstein in their financial knowledge and connections. Perfect time. You just got back from the Krusty Krab. Long shift with Patrick and SpongeBob. It's kind of crazy there were like no other employees at the Krusty Krab other than those two. I guess they just worked 24-hour shifts. The government is freaking me out. Help. What's it doing, dude? Is it saying something on the news that makes you scared? It's not supposed to do that. You're supposed to pick. The trick is that whoever's in the president office, you just say that you're a fan of them, and then everything they do, you feel good about it. Then you never even have to think about anything you disagree with or get upset about. Krabs ran a tight ship. He did 24-hour shifts, 365. Bombaclat. Hey, y'all heard about Hurricane Aaron? Stay safe out there, everyone on the East Coast. Yeah, let's see. Hurricane Aaron tracker. Where is Hurricane Aaron headed? She predicted path of Cat 2 storm. Oh, I thought it was a Cat 4. Now it's a Cat 2. I guess that's not bad. August 20th, so that's today. Hurricane Aaron continues to spin in the Atlantic and is forecast to grow even larger, with weather conditions expected to deteriorate along the coast of North Carolina, and forecasters urging caution against swimming at most East Coast beaches. According to a 5 a.m. ET advisory from the National Hurricane Center on August 20th, Aaron is located about 455 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, with maximum sustained winds near 100 miles per hour, with higher gusts making it a Category 2 hurricane on Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Hurricane Center forecasters said some strengthening is possible during the next day or so, and the weakening is expected to begin Friday. Aaron will remain a hurricane until the weekend, however. Where's the hurricane headed? On the forecast track, the center of Aaron is expected to move over the western Atlantic between the U.S. East Coast and Bermuda Wednesday through early Friday, and then pass south of Atlantic Canada Friday and Saturday. Oh, so it's going to hit the coast and come up? Oh shit, Rick Irv, thank you for the 20, bro. I don't know if the notification went off or not, if anybody heard it. Either way, thank you so much, my friend. That's very generous. You're amazing, bro. Thank you. I'm a truck driver. During the first week of CDL school, you have to take a written test, and somebody got caught cheating. And it's funny because that guy asked for so many of my notes study time. Yeah. Wonder what he was cheating, how he was cheating, just like looking at the notes during the test. That is insane though. My friend this past year was ran off the road by a Mack truck, a larger one of those Mack trucks. He was he's a coach, so he was transporting students, and then they were going to visit colleges and stuff, and then he literally just felt his car drifting off to the side, and this truck was completely clueless of him and ran him off the road. And then he got so mad that he tried to catch up to the driver to yell at him, and when he got over to the side of him, he was yelling at him look what you did. And then the truck driver was just some, I don't even know where he was from, some random place, and just was yelling back at him, and just kept going, didn't fucking stop. It's just psycho. I feel they have to be on cocaine or some shit, and just no sleep. I remember during Harvey, I sat in my garage for a whole week watching Blue Mountain State. Only time I went inside was to drink, eat, or sleep. Nice. Root beer. Oh, root beer. I miss you, root beer. We need to bring that meme back. Those were the days. Those were the day when that was popular for one day. Evening, y'all, turning into tonight's stream with fighting a cold. We'll see if the fever makes me... Yeah, I've been fortunate where I'm still kind of blowing my nose, but I made it out the other side of the sickness without too bad. I am fluent. My terrifying moment when it comes to big trucks came when I got boxed in by 2 semi-trucks and 2 logging trucks. Holy shit. Yeah, they wanted you dead, bro. And they can coordinate. They're like a hive mind. They can just smush whatever they need to. I legit got a cold yesterday. I could cry. Yeah, it's so annoying. It seems like a lot of shit was just going around. Everybody was making out with Michael Cera at that party, and we just got something. Thanks for making such a great sleepy time content. You're welcome, Mork. Good to see you. What's up, Marianka? Marianka, was your name Marianka and then it went to MM for a little while? Lynn, welcome back for 36 months. That's 3 years in the Buttersock call. Says whoever is the owner of Let's Read. Yeah, pretty sure you're a big old stinky head. XXO lava. Thank you, Lynn. Good to see you. We're gonna need you at full force modding tonight, keeping the sex bots at bay. How's the other channel doing? It's doing okay. It's just kind of just one of those things, you know what I mean, where I notice on some of my videos where I do a promo of it before, it's only 20 seconds, but it seems like people kind of check out. I don't know if it means they go over to the other channel and just watch that, but let's see, Saturn, Solington. Well, yeah, it seems I guess it just depends on the topic. I suppose murderers. The Salish Sea was the first video we ever did, and it was interesting and edited well, but it just doesn't really have a killer, I guess, so it's not a storyline that's as easy to follow through with. Have I started selling foot pics yet? I think so. They should be out there. They should be sent to everyone's P.O. box soon. Hey, sisters. Have I hung out with Mr. B yet? No, I probably won't, honestly. I've never spoken to Mr. B. I have no doubt that he's a great guy. I just, it's definitely a lot of many filters, I suppose, before I can meet the big boss. Does anybody remember Thundercats? Yes, that was a great... I don't know, I liked Thundercats, but it was a very lonely show. Because, it was just the Thundercats at their headquarters, and then just, one bad guy who was, a mummy. And it was just always him versus them and Snarf. Snarf, Snarf. You should do a Murph with bro. Oh, like a Murph workout. That sounds like torture, honestly. Does he do those already? I mean, I imagine those are pretty... I think he said he got into, CrossFit or something. Did you guys spam Mr. Bond's live stream with Boombaclat like we planned? I hope so, guys. Was it a fun live stream? Does everyone suck on popsicles, or do you bite it? Yeah, I just bite right in. Yeah, I think Captain Planet might have been better than Thundercats. But yeah, it was a very, lonely show where, it was literally just one bad guy, right? There was nothing... Am I feeling better today? Yeah, I'm fortunate. Things are basically back to fighting shape. She drinks ciders with you. That does sound nice. Of course, I got really back into drinking, and then now I'm just oh yeah, this is why I don't drink. And now I think I'm just done with it for a while. Yeah, but my bev of choice, is definitely the ciders. I don't know, it was exciting. It was the novelty of going out and seeing random people you hadn't seen in a while and all that kind of stuff. But then you do it too much and you just feel like a disgusting piece of shit who has a hangover and feels sick and can't attend to the things that you need to attend to, and it's just damn, this sucks. You're in the cider capital of Canada. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, shit. Should we get right to it, friends? Should we get in there and read some stories? We got some... What do we got for you? Some scary motel stories. Your favorite. I drink every 6 months. I'm good. Yeah, that's probably a fair time. Your arm hurts? Nice, dude. Yeah, I did, what did I do? Monday was upper body push. Tuesday was lower body push. Today was upper body pull and some biceps and stuff, and I've been feeling pretty good, though. It's been nice to just get in and get a workout in an hour and get out and just be damn, that was fast and perfect. Favorite type of stories? Definitely paranormal. Faux show. Alright, yeah, let's get into it, shall we? Click that like button. Click share. Click everything. Just start clicking. Oh yeah, tomorrow's legs. Don't you worry. Never forget legs. Legs is my strength, honestly. I mean, my back squat was 505, I think. Pretty fucking sweet. I missed core today, therapy instead. Hey, you can always get core really anytime. You can just do planks for a minute right now, and then, you only really need 5 minutes on your core, probably. 5 total minutes of operation. Do I got thick legs? I do have thick legs, honestly. I got fucking tree trunkertons. I also, when I was younger, I played... offensive, defensive lines, so all you did was just push people all day like a fucking sumo wrestler. So I feel that played into it. Faux show. How do I train my legs? I mean, initially when I was younger, the way they got big was just from playing football, but also from squatting. It was, building up your strength and eating in a calorie surplus. And granted, whenever you're in your teen years, your growth hormone is at its maximum. How tall am I? I'm 5'10 and a half. Was I a linebacker? No. I mean, I guess they kind of throw you all over the place whenever you're in that group, because a lot of people who played line were also like they weren't like big fat guys, you know what I mean? You just so happened to be able to push people around more so than the other ones, I guess. Or sometimes they just throw the like less athletic people on the line, you know, especially when you're younger. How's Pradeep? He's good. He's somewhere around here. A line snorter, yeah. Yeah, I build my legs by twerking all day. We got 5 stories here tonight. Sometimes genetics are unfair. I have a cousin who has bazookas for calves. He doesn't even lift. Is he fat? Because, like, when it comes to calves, the reason his calves might be so large is because if he's, like, he's top heavy, right? It's basically like walking around all day. Oklahoma drills versus subscribers. That'd be so fucking funny. I'd be hilarious. I would like, that's something I could actually see iShowSpeed doing, just like getting up and fucking like decking his subscribers. I don't even remember what I was saying. Doesn't even matter. Nothing I say matters. Just remember that. Thanks for covering Dr. York and his creepy cult. I was raised around a lot of that. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, it was wild, because I swear he like changed up his approach like 3 or 4 times as far as like his core tenets and beliefs and like cult name or something, and like it did sound like everybody just followed him everywhere. Oh, that's right, the calves. Yeah, whenever you're like fat and you have big calves, it's because it's like you walk around with basically a weighted vest all day. What's Oklahoma drill? So I believe you lay on your back, right? But it's like head to head. Like you lay on your back and your heads are touching, and then one person has, I don't know if they like, I forget if they throw the ball into one person's hand, but they whistle and both people need to get up, and the person with the ball has to either plow through that guy, or the guy who's tackling, who doesn't have the ball, has to tackle the other one. So it's kind of just like a quick, like, how agile are you to get up, and then if you're up faster, you're gonna have like leverage to like shit on the other guy. It's honestly probably the stupidest drill of all time, but it's just one of those things where, you know, everybody makes a big circle, and it's kind of like forcing little kids to fight each other, and everyone's cheering like a bunch of tribal maniacs. What if you were fat with normal calves? Maybe you just need to walk more, and maybe you can build them up. And who knows, maybe you can build them up while, like, you know, cutting down. What's up, Wings? Do you think it'll be possible to build muscle while being in a long-term calorie deficit? I went from 364 to 158, but I'd like to start strength training. You know, from everything I've heard, there's basically anabolic state, which is like building tissue, which is where you're in a calorie surplus, and you're also training to a degree that's like sending signals to your body to build tissues like muscle and fat. And then you're also in a catabolic state, or you could be in a catabolic state, which is the breaking down of tissues when you're in a calorie deficit. Now, granted, the way you from what I've heard, the way that you minimize losing muscle as you're in the catabolic calorie deficit is a degree of strength training, to send the signals to your muscles to spare the muscles and then focus on only using fat for like your in the calorie deficit to do basic operations or whatever. Do I miss you guys when I'm not yapping? Yeah, I think the period of time we have between streams is like perfect, because I'm like, I need to get back in there. I gained like 10 pounds on vacation. I'm pretty sure it's all cake. Hey, it's fair. It happens. Might just be water weight too. What motivates you to prioritize your fitness the way you do? I'm trying to, but consistency is hard. I guess just because I've done it since I was younger, and then when I don't do it, I feel like shit, you know? But I'll be honest with you, I do go through spells where I start to get away from it a little bit, and then honestly, if you can afford it, maybe just work with like a personal trainer for a little bit to, you know, at least get you back in fashion, and then maybe once you find yourself in the rhythms of doing it for like a month or so, and you can feel confident that you want to do it on your own, they could have a program for you that you can continue doing. And that might just be what you need, as a little motivation from somebody else. Joel, are you the type who's harder to gain weight or the type to easily gain weight? Oh, I easily gain weight. It's actually bad. It's like I look at food and it just bloop, 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 you know? Like the fact that I, like as soon as I started eating again after doing like CrossFit and just like powerlifting, and went from like 185 to like 225, and people were like, bro, you look like a bear. It was just like, oh my God. I don't know. It's probably just like weird hormone shit. I wish I was one of those like just skinnier folks, you know, because they just like look leaner and more ripped. Certified as a PT, I just fall in and out of rhythm myself, bro. I feel you. You just have to like, honestly, the one thing that I found the easiest for a while was just the strength training, where it was like the 4 main compound lifts, like squat, deadlift, and bench and overhead press. And sometimes I would just come in and do the compound lift and then just fucking leave because I didn't want to be there. But I gained muscle. I mean, I did gain muscle, yeah, during that period of time. But once again, when you're in a calorie surplus and you've gained weight, you're going to gain, if you're given it the right stimulus through working out, you're going to gain muscle, but you're also going to gain fat. And there are better ways to like maximize muscle progress versus fat gaining. And there's better ways to maximize or minimize muscle loss and maximize fat loss during a calorie. So I don't know. You're either building or breaking down. Now, granted, I've heard people say, like, when you first start out, if you're like a total newbie lifter, you will have potentially the ability to like lose fat and build muscle at the same time. But after someone who's been doing it for 10 plus years, it's going to be really just about like body composition and like strength. Would calorie surplus be considered bulking? Yeah. Hey, Jade. Hi, Joel. Guess what? What's up? What's the good news? What's up, Pete's? I lost 23 pounds and feel so much better. I'm not even 5 feet tall with no waist. That's good. Yeah. Losing weight, I mean, just life is better when you're in better shape. A guy from church took me out to dinner last week. Nice, dude. How was that? I gave myself bangs, and it gave me more attention from the male gaze than losing almost 100 pounds. Nice. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's crazy. Like fashion, hair style, all sorts of things such as that will get the opposite sex to start peaking, you know. Don't like being skinny, resemble too many horrifying creatures. Yeah. Don't have any pets? Yeah, I got a kitty cat. It was really good. He paid, and I said it was really endearing. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. Date number 2. See what happens. What I eat for dinner tonight? I actually went to Applebee's with my friends and buddies' daughters, and we were just chowing down, bro. It was great. I think I need to start bulking, start building muscle. Yeah, always worth it, honestly. Because the more muscle you have, the just like better your body is at like dealing with glucose in the sense that you can store glucose in your muscles as glycogen. Same with your like liver, and so you're less likely to store that excess glucose as fat. You're more likely to be like more insulin responsive, or like less insulin resistant. And honestly, that's like the key to longevity in life is just like being less insulin resistant, essentially, and like having better blood flow in that activity. Did I hit up the Dollaritas? I should have, dude. I'm kind of off the drink for a bit. My name's Ian. Or Jan. I thought it said Ian. My name's Ian Joma. I'm a grandmother. My name's Jan. I'm a grandma from the Midwest, and many years ago now, my husband Bill and I drove our 2 kids all the way over to Vineland, New Jersey. I don't know how to say that actually. Vinland? Anybody from New Jersey know how to say Vineland? Is it Vinland? Oh, Vinland, okay. Frickin' sweet. Vinnyland. Oh, someone says Vineland on this Forvo. Vineland. Oh, Vineland. My name's Jan. I'm a grandma from the Midwest, and many years ago now, my husband Bill and I drove our 2 kids all the way over to Vineland, New Jersey to spend some time with family. It made for a long trip. So long, in fact, that we decided it was better to spend the night in a motel rather than arrive at Bill's parents' place at 2 in the morning. We picked one of the more expensive options in the hopes that we'd avoid anything sketchy or seedy, and when we arrived, it was every bit as nice as we had actually hoped. The staff was friendly, it was clean and well managed, and our room was spacious and comfortable with a pretty nice bathroom too. We checked in, hauled our suitcases from the trunk, and then went for a very nice dinner at a nearby bar and grill before returning to the room at around 9:30. We watched some TV together, and then once the kids were just about ready for bed, my husband went into the bathroom to brush his teeth while I coaxed our son and daughter under their covers. Oh, many years ago now. Okay. So they said grandma, and then they were talking about son. I'm like, oh, wait a second. I have known people, though, that YouTube will not stop buffering for me. Damn, that's weird. I don't know. I don't really get it, honestly. Anybody else having issues? What's up, crime girl? How's it going? An old coworker and friend of mine told me that he has to out testosterone cream on his scrot today, but it smells horrible, so his crotch stank. Then I shared a thing with y'all. Oh, nice. Stinky crotch. Mr. Stinky Crotch returned to work. Lesbiab, thank you, good to see you. We watched some TV together, then once the kids were just about ready for bed, my husband went into the bathroom to brush his teeth while I coaxed our son and daughter under their covers. Since I promised our daughter a bedtime story that night, I was obliged to read one, but since our slightly older son was within earshot, he insisted that I tell a story about cattle-driving cowboys repelling Indian attacks, and not one about princes and princesses finding romance and getting married. And yet, while the 3 of us negotiated some middle ground, there was a sudden and unexpected knock at the door. It was almost 10 p.m., and the unspoken arrangement in our house was that if anyone called that late, Big Pharma, more like Big Dumba. Yeah, for real. Isn't it weird that people like hate Big Pharma, but then like arbitrarily sometimes just kind of like really like Big Pharma? Like it's this weird cognitive dissonance that I can never quite wrap my head around. Now granted, I guess you could say the argument is a bit more nuanced, but it's strange though that those same people that would argue nuance sometimes take a more blanket approach as well. It was almost 10 p.m., and the unspoken arrangement in our house was that if anyone had knocked that late, it was my husband that would answer the door. So as soon as he heard the knocking, he spat and wiped his mouth and then made his way towards the door with a very irritable look. When our son asked him, "Who is it?" he told him it was probably just one of the motel workers. But when my husband opened the door, it was not a member of the motel staff. Standing outside our motel room were 4 men. The three younger-looking guys wore sweatsuits and were very tanned and muscular, almost like bodybuilders, while the one older man was very frail and pale. Frail and pale. People like drugs, they just don't like paying money for them. No, it was more just like people will, discuss the opiate crisis, but then seemingly jump on whatever like new form of drug pharma throws down their throat, you know what I mean? And promises them that it's safe. Everything will be A-okay. The government pays for all my meds because I got cancer a few years back. Damn, sorry about that. Hey, I'm late. I don't know if somebody else already said it, but Mr. Ballin advertised today on his video, even saying, "Let's read this time." I remember the first... Oh, wow. That's insane. Let's check it out. Should we go listen? Yeah, the Ozempic stuff, I'm generally very concerned about, like, long-term effects on people. I don't exactly know how it will pan out, per se, but I don't know, man. That one seems very sketch.
To the Elmo voice. To the Elmo voice. Hello, everybody.
It's kind of cursed. Mr. Ballhen. Is it the bingeable? Bonus video. Let's go. Oh, I got everybody's name in there. That's cool. Let's listen.
Icon in the horror genre at large, and on his show, he just dives into this wild, chilling lore, like horror lore. People love that show.
Or, if you're a history buff, you need to check out our new hit show called A Twist of History.
It's
hosted by Joel, who also has an amazing YouTube channel. It's called Let's Read. And on A Twist of History, he dives into epic stories that have shaped the world that we live in now.
Absolutely
so if you're
epic.
a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, go.
That's cool. Thanks, Mr. Ballin. Appreciate you, bro. Love when Joel does any voice accents. All accents. Absolutely epic. All right. And there's Joel, who dives headfirst into a Speedo, headfirst into somebody's asshole. Joel Zempic, yeah, you guys need that. That'll get you real skinny. Please get tested for cancer. Caught my breast cancer early. 1 year free and clear today. Man, that's great. It's crazy. I've known somebody who got, well, actually I knew two people who had like testicular cancers, and that was pretty scary. They had to have their one ball removed, not both, thankfully. Potentially have to get a colonoscopy, endoscopy soon. I'm too young. That is really scary. Yeah, is that at 40? Is it just routine, or? You were a bald cancer patient. Dang, I'm sorry to hear that. That's so scary, you know? Just like, what even happens? It's just like kind of out of nowhere. But, related to cancers, it's like, I have heard that basically that excess presence of muscle it's not going to like completely mitigate the presence of cancer, but also like basically giving your body somewhere to store that excess glucose. It's like, I don't know, I've heard that there's correlations between like you having a more muscular body and a potentiality of like, less risk for cancer. Mr. Bowen's like no one, and boy, he should branch out to promotions. Yeah, he does great. Colon cancer runs in the family. I have some random symptoms. Oh, okay, I'm sorry to hear that. People are so strong in here, proud of you all. Damn, thanks for being here. Yeah, thanks, Vulcan. Good to see you. I had a cancerous growth in my cervix, but that was a simple scrape, and Okay. What's up, Christina? Still crazy with all the advancements they have. Still no surefire way for cancer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's just like a low sugar diet or what the hell it is. Or it is insane though, because I mean, like how far have we come and we're still just kind of doing like radiation and surgery and chemo. It's like we have like airplanes that can go to Mars and we don't have, I don't know. But it's a big business, you know what I mean? What's up, Jesse? And this guy with the 2. Stay cool, cool cat. Thank you, friend. Good to see you. Alcohol and processed meat cause cancer. Yeah, what's the deal with that? The 3 younger-looking guys wore sweatsuits and were very tanned and muscular, almost like bodybuilders, while the one older man was frail and pale, but a much sharper dresser. And the older man apologized for bothering us so late, and then explained that he and his nephews would like to come inside and talk to us about something. My husband mirrored the man's approach and very politely explained that it wasn't a good time. We had a long drive ahead of us in the morning and we were about to head to bed. And then this man countered that he really must insist, and assured my husband after a short conversation that he'd be out of our hair. My husband remained well-mannered, but made it clear that we didn't want any company, especially at such a late hour, with folks that we didn't even know. And the older man didn't say anything in response. He just sort of turned and nodded towards one of his nephews. One of them One of them gave him a reach around. Hey, Lost in the Mood, thank you for the gifter. To Kaylee Smith. Welcome, Kaylee. You now have access to bonus content on the bonus content playlist. Thank you, Lost in the Mood. It won't give you cancer, but if you're predisposed, it's pretty bad. Highly processed anything can contribute to cancer, not just meat. Yeah, what is up with that? Is it just the pesticides and all the processed shit? Like, what the hell is it doing to us? Just mutating our cells over and over again? You don't think my notification sounds are on? Let's test. I'm going to test one. This is not a real. There's one. Maybe not the subscriber one? I don't know. Oh, wait. How does one qualify for a gifted membership? I believe you have to turn it on in your YouTube settings, but it's also kind of random, which is kind of sad because they should have it so you can just like click someone specific and just give them one, like you can on Twitch and stuff. What is that sound? Only the OGs will know, but you might be able to figure it out. One of them reached. Oh yeah. One of them then reached around his back. When he brought his hand back around, I saw that he was holding a gun. Then, as the nephew held the black handgun discreetly against his thigh, the older man explained that unfortunately on this occasion, he wasn't asking, he was telling. Dude, my voice like squeaked like twice there. That was bad. Where was I then? Oh, sorry. Hey, Strass Outdoors. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships too. Vulcan, Alyssa, Joseph Reynolds, Evans Hypnosis, and Orla. Welcome, friends. You also have access to bonus content. Thank you, Strauss. Anika, welcome back for 22 months. Says, love the Butterscotch call for real, for real. Hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. But what the hell was that? Then, as the nephew held the black handgun discreetly against his thigh, the older man explained that unfortunately on this occasion, he wasn't asking, he was telling. Our son, our eldest kid, was smart enough to realize that something was wrong, maybe from the look on his face or possibly from my husband's prolonged silence after the nephew produced the gun. In a whisper, my son asked me who was at the door, and I told him I didn't know, but that he needed to take his sister into the bathroom and climb into the tub together. When he asked why, I gave him an excuse that I'd used before during a far less frightening incident. And since he couldn't see past the open... Oops. Holy shit, Roki! Thank you, bro. Even in the sleep-deprived state, still so generous. Thank you, Roki, for the 10 gifters to Shay, Sense, Shelby, Ain't Skeered, Salem Hood, The Hawk, Brian Ward, Vixa, and Gino, and Tabitha Roadhouse. Thank you, friends. Thank you, Roki. Be sure to thank Roki for that. It's a whole gift party. Since he couldn't see past the open threshold and he... Well, whoops, I don't say the door. When he asked why, I gave him an... God damn it. I'm so bad at this. When he asked why, I gave him an excuse that I'd used before during a less... Oh my gosh. When he asked why, I gave him an excuse that I'd used before during a far less frightening incident. And since he couldn't see past the open doorway and he hadn't seen the gun, I was able to tell him that we needed to talk about some grown-up stuff with the nice men outside. It wouldn't be for long, but he and his sister weren't allowed to listen to the grown-up talk. They had to go wait in the bathroom for a couple of minutes. When he asked if he could take a pillow, I said yes, and then he took his little sister by the hand and led her into the bathroom before shutting the door. But just as he did, I looked around to see my husband backing up with his hands raised while the men entered the room. After one of the younger men closed the door behind him, the older man invited us to take a seat on the double beds so we could get comfortable. And then after sitting in the same chair that I'd just occupied a few moments before, he took out a cigarette which was lit by one of his nephews. And after taking a drag, he took a long... This is some straight up mafia shit. Straight up mafia shit. Your YouTube's lagging now as well. Damn, I don't know. I changed my settings and everything to make everything as easy as possible, but YouTube's fucking live stream shit is just really unreliable. I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is, honestly. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's your internet. I guess it's hard to say. Entered my first non-local art contest today. Nice, dude. What did you submit? Can we see it somewhere? I'm not lagging. Okay, good. Anybody play the new Mafia game? I watched Dunkey review it, and it looked pretty janky, to be honest with you. I don't know. I'm sure it's fun though. It's a nice little shooter experience of sorts. Why do you record when you sound like you'll pass out anytime? I don't know. I guess everybody just kind of likes nighttime because they're all going to bed, and once I'm done recording, I can just go pass out. Sonomi. Hi, happy Wednesday. Hello. And Joseph Reynolds, thank you for the gifter. To Rebecca, Georgia Wood. Welcome. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, my reading gets better when I'm sweepy. After taking a drag, he took a look around the room and then asked us, "Pretty nice place, huh?" And in response, my husband's voice trembled with anger and fright as he asked, "What do you want?" The older man sort of tutted and shook his head, and then after another long drag of his cigarette, he told my husband it doesn't have to be like this, and that he could relax. He explained that we were going to come to a compromise, and when we did, he and his nephews would leave without so much as raising their voices. My husband's tone didn't change at all. He just repeated his question, and then the old man began to explain what he wanted. He said he and two of the men with him had stayed in the room just the night before, and that unfortunately it had become... He said that he and the two men with him had stayed in the room just the night before, and that unfortunately, he'd become forgetful in his old age. He'd left something in that room, something he knew the motel's staff wouldn't be stupid enough to steal, and since we were the next family to occupy it, it must have been us that had found whatever he'd left behind. It was then that I finally spoke up, saying that we hadn't found anything of value in the room, and it'd be a lot easier to help him if we knew what was the... God damn it. I just want to get on a roll here, bro. I'm freaking not in the auto zone. Sweepy. It was then that I finally spoke up, saying that we hadn't found anything of value in the room, and it'd be a lot easier to help him if we knew what that missing item was. While the faces of the younger men stayed cold as ice, the older man smiled at me and explained what he'd left behind should be in the nightstand closet closest. While the faces of the younger men stayed... Alright, Jesus fuck, I gotta figure out something. There's something about my reading here is just poopy. I need a good fluffing. I need fluffer nuttered. What a time to be alive. A fourth edible. That's your fourth edible? Yeah, I'll take the fifth. Yeah, sounds kind of good. It was then that I finally spoke up, saying that we hadn't found anything of value in the room and that it'd be a lot easier to help him if we knew what the missing item was. While the faces of the younger men stayed cold as ice, the older man smiled at me and explained what he'd left behind should be in the nightstand closest to me. As I stood up to go check, the older man had to stop the nephew with the gun from pointing it at me. I was shaken, but indignant, so instead of shrinking back down onto the bed, I kept course towards the nightstand. When I opened it, I found it empty. I turned, inviting one of the younger men to come and check it for himself, so he could confirm that it was empty. No one moved. Then, with a chuckle, the older man explained how he figured that'd be the case. He then went on to explain that if the nightstand was empty, then the explanation was simple. One of us had taken his property, and if we wanted to live, we'd return it. It was my turn to get angry, because I figured that I'd worked out the guy's scam. He accused people of stealing his property and then intimidated them until they handed over the cash value. But when I confronted him on that, he laughed again. He wasn't trying to scam anyone. All he wanted was his property back. And my husband jumped in asking what property. In response, the older man ordered us to tell our kids to come out of the bathroom. We refused at first, but then he said we could ask them to come out quietly, or one of his nephews could kick the door in and then drag them both out by the hair. He said it was our choice, so we made one, and it was me who tried to sound as calm as possible as I asked them both to come out of the bathroom. There was a pause, and everyone went quiet as the bathroom door slowly opened. Then our son led our daughter out into the bedroom by the hand. Both of them looked nervous, not terrified or on the verge of tears, just very, very anxious. The older man took on the air of a very friendly uncle, telling the kids not to be scared and that he and his goons, I'll call them what they were, I guess, were friends of the family. They didn't do much for them, but I guess it was better than threats, or that, no. Thought they were still talking. You got moon rocks? Where the hell you got those? What would a gross edible, is that a thing? Like, what would make a good one? I don't know, I guess if you eat, like, they put weed inside of, like, poop, and you ate poop. His gooners. Do I smoke or no? I don't know. I mean, I can. I've done it before. I just, in my own personal, individualized spare time, the only thing I partake in really is just energy drinks early in the day, because it makes everything better. That didn't do much for them, but I guess it was better than threats. He then asked, very simply and plainly, if the kids had found anything while playing in the room. When both kids shook their heads, he asked if they were sure. Both silently nodded, their eyes very wide and frightened as they did. What's up, Ted? Both silently nodded, their eyes very wide and frightened as they did. He asked them a few more times, saying things like, "You wouldn't lie to me now, would you, kids?" But their answers didn't change. Neither had... God damn it, dude, I can't make it through a single one. Energy drinks intravenously. Yeah, which ones do you drink? Do you guys drink energy drinks? If so, which ones do you guys boof? But their answers didn't change. Neither had found anything. The older man turned back to us with a not-so-friendly look on his face, and then asked if we understood what a difficult position we were putting him in. I was terrified, but the hypocritical question made me seethe with anger. I snapped at him, admittedly very unwisely, when I said that it was difficult to sympathize with him, seeing as he was putting us in one of the most difficult situations of our entire... God damn it, I hit my fucking mic. Dude, I'll never make it through this shit. Slurping my urban. Sugar-free Red Bull. Oh yeah, what do you guys drink? You guys love Red Bull. I don't know why. Red Bull just tastes like gasoline to me for some reason. It's like the flavor is just not... doesn't vibe with me at all. It just feels so caustic, if that makes sense. I drink the Peach Celsius energy drink. Pink Starburst C4. They discontinued it. Oh, they discontinued? That's weird. I know for some reason the Sour Patch Kids ones tasted more like Swedish Fish than the Swedish Fish ones did. Pacific Punch and Ultra Purple. Nice. Monster Ultra. Joel, live your life. What do you like? What do you mean? Like, what kind of energy drinks do I like? I drink the premium gasoline right out of the pump. I wonder if it could be flammable. I locked in. Yeah, I like the bangs, honestly. Do whatever you want. Thanks, bro. I think that's my issue, though, in life, honestly, is that I don't have, a lot of creativity for, what I want to do with my life. Because, honestly, the best part of my day is, breakfast. I fucking love breakfast. Whether it's going to, a gas station to get some stupid fucking snack with an energy drink, cooking my own, or going to, a place with friends, you know what I mean, for some brunch. Just a little bit of brunch with the boys. Brunch with the boys? There's just, nothing better than that, knowing that you got the rest of your fucking day after some brunch. Do I have hobbies? I mean, you guys know my hobbies. I fucking go to the gym, play video games, work on all this YouTube bullshit. Where can you email me? letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. I should get into reading. I don't know. It's one of those things where you just do the same shit for most of your life, and then you just don't want to... I don't know. Maybe I should get into crocheting like every other chick. Tatum Wolf, welcome back to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. What's the last game I played? I beat that one game, Peak. It's called Peak. It's a climbing game you can play with your friends. But you pretty much kind of can't fuck up the entire run. Or if you do, your friend has to make it to the top of the level and then resurrect you. But I beat that the other day. Did I have any pets before Pradeep? My family had pets. My family always had dogs growing up. But my individual pets were just those dogs, and then I guess I had some lizards, some anoles. I remember the anole when I was really young, laid an egg. That was kind of sick. It didn't hatch because I didn't have like the appropriate environment to really make it happen. What breed would I own? Some wizards. Yeah. What's up, Boxy? I would honestly. So what did dogs? When my first ever dog was like a black lab mix. His name was Spike. I named him Spike after Rugrats because I liked Rugrats because I was like 6 years old. And then after that, we had my brother couldn't take care of a husky that he bought because he was like moving to a different apartment or something. So we got to keep his Malamute / like husky. His full name was Trufius Pimpacius, which is a really stupid ass name. My brother named it, but we called him True. And he was a good boy. He was the only dog that could fucking absolutely destroy a groundhog in like 2 seconds with like not a single scratch on him. He would like climb trees to get groundhogs. Like somehow the groundhog would get up there and he would, that was his name, True Pimp. And then after that, I think when I was in college, my family had got, they like would adopt dogs because they had like this big ass American bulldog named Abby, and she was so funny. Like she was really sweet, but she would just like, they had a fence and she would just tear the shit out of the fence like when she first got there. And she had probably the absolute worst like mustard gas farts I'd ever smelled in my life. Not like I was sticking my nose near her asshole or anything like that, but it was like once she let it go, it would just waft. It pretty much took up the entire room. You were lucky if you didn't pass out. And then fucking after that, my favorite dog, I mean I loved all of them a lot, but my favorite dog that felt most like mine was the Doberman. His name was Jackson, or Jack, and we got him from a breeder. And it was funny because like after we got him from a breeder, he was his dad died like from some sort of, his stomach basically turned inside out from eating too much or some shit. I forget what the fuck happened. But then Jack only lived to be like 5 years old because he would have seizures out of nowhere and just, yeah. But then after that, after I kind of went, 2014 is when I like started living on my own after college. We got Pradeep, and Pradeep has been with me for 11 years, and he was my first ever cat. And before Pradeep, I did not like cats. I didn't dislike cats, but I didn't understand them and I didn't trust them at all. I just thought that they were assholes because like dogs always loved me, and I never understood why people liked cats when cats just don't like you, But now I understand the body language of a cat way more having had Pradeep, and now all cats love me. There are 2 black cats in there. A-hole attitudes. Oh, it's cute. Who bamboozled you into getting Pradeep then? It was like just the fact that I wanted an animal, but my landlord said no animals. I was like, what about a cat? And they're like, all right, get a fucking cat. I don't care. Just don't destroy anything. I was like, okay. And then there was a friend of mine had an aunt who had a farm or something, and then the cat, like the one cat on the farm, just gave birth to kittens, and Pradeep was one of the kittens. And she said there was this one kitten that would like she would sit on a chair and she would put the kitten on its back in between like her legs, kind of like a little bed. And Pradeep would just sit there and fall asleep on his back in between her legs while he would like pet his belly. And I was like, yeah, that's the one I want. And she was like, okay, well, I really like this one, so you better take care of it. And we have. He's amazing. Run some games with us sometimes. Fortnite drinks. Pew pew. Let's see. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't really play Fortnite, but that's fun. That does sound like a good time. You got all your cats off Craigslist. Nice, that's awesome. Anubis would be a good name for a Doberman. Yeah, Dobermans are awesome. Same with Rottweilers. Like, they get like a bad rep, but they're actually like so affectionately kind. I mostly play Boggle. Yeah, just play solitaire by myself. I was terrified, but the hypocritical question made me seethe with anger. I was terrified, but the hypocritical question made me seethe with anger, and I snapped at him. Now, admittedly, this was very unwise, but when I said it was difficult to sympathize with him, seeing as he was putting us in one of the most difficult situations in our entire lives. And then, the older man stopped smiling altogether, and then after stamping out his cigarette in an ashtray that was on the coffee table next to him, he leaned forward in his chair and asked me something I will never, ever forget, not as long as I live. He asked me, "Is my nephew going to have to really hurt you in front of your children?" The question, or the implication at least, made my jaw drop and stunned my husband into silence. The older man deliberately confused our silence for incomprehension and slowly repeated the question. And when he did, our little girl's eyes began to well up with tears, and she started begging the older man, "Please don't shoot them." The man explained that what the fuck is it saying? The man explained in that, sorry, that's my bad. I always never say again after one passes, but somehow, someway I always end up with another dog. Yeah, I think it's fair. I mean, it hurts to lose one, but at the same time, it also hurts not to love, you know? So it's just like, you know, God taketh away from you, and God giveth these gifts of loved ones and creatures that are placed in your responsibility and care. But such is life. The man explained in that same talking to his kid voice that he didn't want to, but that Mommy and Daddy had taken something from him. Our son stayed quiet, hugging his sister closer as she started to cry. The older man turned his back to us, and for the first time, he looked truly angry as he told us, "Look what you did. Now you got your daughter crying." And then in a voice that set every nerve on edge, he told us he didn't want to strangle her to keep her quiet, but he would if he needed to. And the suggestion caused my husband's rage to boil over. He didn't get up, but he just sort of seethed there with anger as he told the man, "You touch a single hair on her goddamned head." But he didn't get past head before the goon with the gun suddenly pointed it at him. The older man told us to keep calm, that he didn't want either of us upsetting our daughter more than she already was. I looked at her, burying her face in her brother's pajama shirt, and it was then that I saw that not only was one of my son's hands free, but it seemed to be fishing for something in the pocket of that pajama pants.
Pajama pants. In his pajama pants. He was fishing for something in his pajama pants.
You don't like this old mafioso guy? How come? Did he do something? Don't judge a book by its cover. Judge him by the illustrations in the manga. I looked at her, burying her face in her brother's pajama shirt, and it was then that I saw that not only was one of my son's hands free, but he was fishing for something in the pocket of his pajama pants. Within seconds, everyone was seeing the same thing, and we watched in silence as my son pulled something from his pocket. It was a ring, a gold one, and it seemed to have what looked like a huge ruby surrounded by diamonds. And after taking it from his pocket, he held it up as if to say, "Here it is." And my husband and I were far too relieved to be mad at first. I remember Bill's head sort of sinking into his hands, covering his face, almost saying, "Oh, thank God." And I was still too banana pajamas. And I was still too stunned to say anything. I just watched as the older man smiled this big, wolfish smile before laughing like the whole thing was just some big joke. And I remember how he turned to his goons and said something like, "Even after all these years, I still got it." He then gestured towards my son and told him to return the ring. Seeing my son gently push his sister to one side and walk towards the older man brought back this very deep, primal, motherly terror that my babies were about to get hurt. And when I whispered, "Please don't hurt them," the old man hushed me in that friendly uncle kind of way, and then held out his hand for my son to place the ring onto. After he did, he tried to run back to his sister, but the older man snatched him by the wrist and jerked him around so he was facing him. My son suddenly locked up in terror. When I click on someone's name, it just allows me to block, report, approve. I might be dumb. What are you trying to do? Reply? You might be able to do the @ like shift 2, where it says @ and then start to type someone's name, and you can click it, and then it should officially reply to them directly with the @ My babies. Don't touch my babies. Sorry. My son silently locked up in terror. My husband managed to say, "Please don't." But I mirrored my boy. I was frozen to the spot, praying the man would keep it. I was frozen to the spot, praying the man would keep his word now his ring had been returned. He told my son he wasn't going to hurt me. You adore me? Oh, I adore you too, thank you. Would I adopt a bat? I wouldn't know how to take care of a bat, honestly. I guess if someone told me how to, maybe I could figure it out. Keep it in like a shed or something. Yeah, adopt, don't shop. Yeah, don't just walk into any old cave and steal a bat. She didn't have that feeling when he pulled the gun out. I don't know what she's feeling. She probably pooped herself. Oh my god, yeah, Pradeep would be jumping up to like swat at him. Download Fortnite or Rocket League and friend. Oh yeah, sorry. Just don't. I don't want people sharing social media on here just to protect you. But yeah, sorry. I probably won't be playing Fortnite or Rocket League or anything like that. I have played Rocket League from time to time, but yeah, I probably can't really get out there and game, to be honest. I have no idea what rabies actually was until recently, and now I'm hyper paranoid about it sometimes. Really? Oh, and like all creatures, or what specifically are you paranoid about? Like, I knew you got it from animals, so I just didn't know that after you show symptoms, it's too late, and that's honestly a huge fear. Oh, like getting bit by a random animal? Oh, I'm not on micro meth. It didn't love me. That's good. Guys, sometimes you just got to accept the brain is what it is, you know? And if your brain is feeling a little weird, just go walk in the woods for a little bit. That'll cure everything. My son silently locked up in terror. My husband managed to say, "Please don't." But I mirrored my boy. I was frozen to the spot, praying the man would keep his word now his ring had been returned. He told my son he wasn't going to hurt him, and then said it wasn't that he stole something that was wrong. It's that he stole it from the wrong person. My son stayed... My son stayed silent, staring up at him with those wide, terrified eyes. And the older man laughed again. He leaned forward, gave my son a gentle slap on the cheek and said, "He's got balls, this kid. Reminds me of a younger version of myself." And after he let go of my son's wrist, the older man told him to keep quiet. As a woman can't walk in the woods alone. Why? You afraid of bears? I actually don't know why people say that though, because like I'll go hiking and I see women by themselves like out there all the time. Now granted, they regret it once they come across me, but I do admire their bravery. After he let go of my son's wrist, the older man told him to quiet down his sister, who by then was crying very loudly. The older man then got up and said a bunch of stuff about there being no hard feelings, how it was all water on the bridge. I fucking suck. You walk in the woods all the time alone after work? Daily? Yeah, I mean, this like perspective that, I don't know. I mean, I guess if someone had like some sort of previous like terrible experience out in the woods, I can kind of understand that. Or maybe just being generally afraid of scary things in the woods. Sure, not going to stop you from being afraid, but I just don't really see what it is. A lot of people do it. The older man then got up and said a bunch of stuff about there being no hard feelings, how it was all water under the bridge, and he was sorry for the intrusion. But for me and my husband, we were barely listening. We'd each rushed over to the kids as soon as those goons stepped out of the way, comforting them as the men exited the room. The last thing the man said as he walked out was, "Pretend we were never here." Then as quickly as they arrived, they were gone. What's it say? Super Cat Punch and their viewers just joined. What? I didn't even know they could host. That's crazy. Who's Super Cat Punch? Let's check this out. Super Cat Punch. Oh, wow. Thanks, Super Cat Punch. Appreciate you. I didn't even know they could host like that. I wonder how you even do that. Would you guys ever want me to like raid? Yeah, I've never gotten raided before, I don't think. It's Pradeep's channel, yeah. Maybe I could raid somebody else after like a stream or something. If I could figure it out. The last thing the man said before he walked out was, "Pretend we were never here." Then as quickly as they'd arrived, they were gone. And as you can imagine, the kids were completely distraught, especially my son. He was still 6 years old at the time, so still very much in that sticky-fingered, prone-to-swiping-things phase. But after I sent him into the bathroom, he didn't realize what was going on when he came out again, and he didn't want to speak up about finding the ring in case it got us into even more trouble. I obviously made it clear that it was wrong to have kept the ring and not mentioned it to anyone, but I also made it clear that those were very bad men, very, very bad men, and that they would have been mean to Mommy and Daddy no matter what happened. I didn't want to upset him any more than he was, so it wasn't until afterwards that I gave him a much harsher talking to about the consequences of stealing things. But at the end of the day, the whole thing was just a terrible case of bad luck. After going through something so frightening in that motel room, the kids refused to sleep in it. We managed to talk them into sleeping in the car, at which point it made sense to just get back on the road again. My husband and I were just all hopped up on adrenaline too, and while we didn't mind staying in the room as much, Have you had the Theobroma chocolate before? No, what's that? Oh, shoot, Strauss Outdoors. See, I'm not getting the notification. I'm sorry. Thank you, bro. Thank you for the 20, my dude. That's very, very kind. Again, thank you. If you have a message, please do at me. Oh, right here. Or wait. But yeah, if you have any oh, there, wait, or basically, no. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Sorry. Thank you. Shake it to the max. Hegelian Dialectics White Rabbit. What's up, bro? Any new Hegelian Dialectics lately? My husband and I were hopped up on adrenaline too, and while we didn't mind staying in the room as such, there was no way either of us were getting any real sleep if we stayed. We made the drive to Bill's parents, and as much as we apologized for waking them at almost 4:30 in the morning, they completely understood once we told them what had happened. And what happened was probably the single most terrifying thing to ever happen to me in my life. One of the few times in life where I thought that I was about to watch one of my own children be harmed. And as a mother, I wouldn't wish that same feeling on my worst enemy. It was a kind of terror that I can barely describe, and a kind that I'm thankful that I haven't experienced since. It was the kind of terror that I can barely describe, and a kind that I'm thankful that I haven't experienced in the many years since. Sounds like you read for dabs in bed like me. Sounds like you are read for dabs in bed like me. Like, what do you mean? Like I take dabs before bed? I don't smoke. I'm a goody two-shoes. You're pretty much talking to the world's biggest goody two-shoes. Yeah, I don't smoke. I don't want to get brain cancer. I don't know, that's just what I heard. Get bad, scrub. What's up, Ali? Ali Schmoshmali. Oh, I'm ready for bed. Yeah. Sorry, maybe I did take some dabs, who knows. I'm so boyfriend coded. You're right. I'm pretty much made to be a boyfriend. One of those boyfriends who, like I'll have like say dinner is burnt, and I'm just like, oh my god, that's it. That's it. I'll cook dinner from now on. Do you have any red flags? Yeah, I mean, I guess just being fucking nuts, you know what I mean? Like, just chaos. Just absolute. I can't do it. I can't deal with chaos. It's a lot. It's a lot whenever it's like, you hang out with people that you hang out with all the time, and they're like not chaotic. And then all of a sudden, just like time and time again, chaos gets brought to you for really no other purpose than, I don't know, like a weird form of like entertainment for somebody, I guess, or something. And that to me is just like not super fun. And I just kind of like, especially at like my age, where I just kind of look at it and I'm like, this doesn't seem like that should happen anymore. Can you tell all good girls in the chat that they are good girls and did their best today, and it's okay to do dabs in bed? Well, the thing about that is that, like, you could start a fire in bed, so that's actually a bad girl thing to do, and you're getting no Christmas presents. Sorry. When he's babe, it says the R slur. What's the R slur? Rigmarole? What are you looking at, rigmarole? That's why it's chaos. It makes no sense. Yuck. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, most people, you presume that they get over that phase or whatever it is, but it is what it is. Sometimes it just drives people absolutely crazy. Okay, this is like Rami and Mr. Robot. I've heard that before. Rumble when people say, Guys, you really had to be careful saying rumple foreskin in my house. You'll turn me into a puddle of nothing. A puddle of foreskin juice. You can't have order without chaos. I guess that's a good point. I am the yin, they are the yang. But you gotta protect your peace. Like my one friend, he just broke up with his, not to air out his shit, but he had a girlfriend more recently that, like, he moved in kind of quick after a pretty serious relationship, so it was almost like trying to move on pretty fast. And then, but that person, you know, didn't pay it for anything ever, even though they like had a job. Didn't pay for anything, didn't, even though they had a job, they had a kid, they had a dog. They pretty much moved the kid and the dog in with them and just immediately didn't pay for anything, didn't really take care of anything within the house, which was like, you know, especially for someone who's like going out and working, you know, you'd expect there'd be kind of like a mutual understanding there, I guess, or whatever. But, and then on top of that, it sort of, her child was like so chaotic that he was not allowed to discipline the kid because, you know, quote unquote, you're not his dad. Which to me, like, word to the wise, if you've got a kid and you're dating somebody and you're not going to allow that new significant other to like discipline the child, you're going to end up with a pretty fucked up kid. You know what I mean? Because the kid is just going to feel like they can get away with whatever the fuck they want forever and be a little jerky zoid. And you're basically creating like a little Jeffrey, you know, your own little Jeffrey Dahmer. I guess. Maybe a little bit. A tiny one, for sure. My therapist recommends same as a serotonin bulk. What are you talking about? Yeah. But anyways, so then more recently, like, she had the dog, and the dog is very sweet. I love that dog. That dog was cool. But it got out and it went and fucking fucked up some so bad. It went and fucked up a little dog that a lady was walking, and like and then the lady fell over, and then this woman didn't have the dog, wasn't microchipped, wasn't vaccinated, wasn't all that, you know, the basic stuff, because then the cops end up coming around asking for all this stuff, and my buddy's just like, what the fuck is going on, you know? I mean, it's not funny. None of this is funny. It's just funny because it's not me, right? And it's funny retrospectively, just like whatever. But yeah, and then for some, you know, this chick like just completely placed the blame not on herself but on like my friend somehow, like just not taking any responsibility for like her adult responsibilities. And then that began like an argument in which she like left and went to like some family for a while. Then like 3 days later like returned and just kind of came in like nothing ever happened or whatever. And like my buddy unfortunately is one of the ones who's just like wants to maintain the peace and is like, all right, well, we'll just keep doing this fucking shit, I guess, you know. But then while he's at work like a night or two ago, it happens again. The fucking dog gets out and goes after like another little like fucking Pomeranian ass dog. And this time like actually hardcore fucks this dog up. And then my friend is at work when this is happening. He gets a call from the police because the police are now involved again. And then she is like not answering the phone, saying that she's fearful for people, you know, cops or whatever outside of the door and shit. And it's just so brain dead, you know what I mean? It was, oh man, it was a weird fucking series of circumstances, of events, because then I get a call, right? I get a call and they're like, hey, I need you to do me a favor. I'm like, what? And I'm like, I'm at work. The same thing with the dog shit just happened again with, you know, his significant other. I need you to go to that house with the car seat for her kid. I've already told her she needs to get all of her shit and get out of my house. but all I need for you to do is take this car seat and go to the house to basically calm her down, give her the car seat, and send her on her way. And dude, I was like, he did this with her like over text message, you know? I'm like, oh my God. And it's like late and shit. And like, and I don't know. I went there and I was just like so nervous because I was like, am I going to get stabbed? She didn't even see the message that I was like supposed to come there. Am I going to be like banging on the door and like, you know, I get fucking shot? I don't even know. I didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. But thankfully it was like, I don't know, it actually went quite smoothly. She was like out front, just like, you know, crying. And then I have the fucking car seat and I'm just like, hey, what's going on? Hey, is everything all right? What's going on? He just told me to do the thing over here. And then I don't know, like I feel bad, but she was just like completely clueless. Like she has no idea why she's getting kicked out, even though she literally just had her dog attack another thing for the second time since returning. And also like, I don't know, it seems like they didn't really communicate the issues, right? The issue of not paying for anything. Because if you're like coming from a previously failed relationship where you have a child and then these individuals have kids as well, in my mind, you should have the kind of like respect where you're like, I'm going to pay for my kids' things for a while. If I'm coming to move in with you, I'm going to pay for shit. I'm going to help take care of the house. I'm going to do whatever I need to do so it feels, you know, cool and even, right? You know, as two respectful adults. But it's like for her to just like show up, not work, not pay for anything. The kid is like psychopathic and isn't allowed to be disciplined. The dog is psychopathic and kills other dogs in the neighborhood. It's so bad. It's just like an absolute fucking nightmare. And then whenever I was like talking to her, I had to like talk to her for like an hour. You know what I mean? Of just like while feigning confusion, like what? No way. What, dude? He didn't even tell me any of this. I don't know what's gotten into him. That's crazy. Okay, here's your shit. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, I'm friends with the guy. I mean, it was a big ask for sure, but it was also like just one of those things where he was saying, he's like, if I go back there, I'm going to go nuts. I'm going to go nuts. I'm going to lose. He's like, I'm literally about to lose my homeowner's insurance because a dog from my property just tore into two other dogs in town and knocked an old lady's ass over. You know what I mean? So it's just like, yeah. But thankfully it all went well and, you know, back to square one, I guess. And honestly, at the end of the day, I'm like, if I was in his shoes, I got 2 beautiful kids, you know, sure, divorce situation, whatever, but you got to protect your peace. Like, you really got to protect your peace. You can't be taking on the responsibilities of like another person's like sinking ship life and just like hope that somehow, you know, you will be able to fix everything and make it good. Sometimes you just can't. Sometimes people are just fucked. Sometimes people are just absolutely scrooged, and you just have to accept it and just move on and go enjoy your time with your own children or your own life, or, you know, go better yourself. And I don't know. And it's weird. Like, at this point in my life, it's like, I look at all these kinds of things and I'm just like, I don't even know if I could, I don't know. Looks like too much. Do I do that a lot? Pretend to be interested in what people are saying? No, you don't understand. I don't think you understood what I said. The reason I feigned confusion was so that she didn't think that I was like, had answers for her, or that I knew why he was upset. I was trying to stay as distant away from their conflict as possible, while also being an intermediary to like guide her away from said chaos. Yeah, no, it's not a big deal. It's just, I don't want no drama. You know what I mean? I don't want to show up there and then all of a sudden, like, local YouTuber Joel beats the shit out of everybody. And I'm like, I didn't do anything, brother. I didn't do anything. I need to fucking do this. I've been a captain, save a hoe, never again your buddy's pant. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's, I don't know. I'm just the messenger. Don't eat my ass. Is dating only for high school? What's it called when you're older? It's probably called like risk mitigation when you're fucking older. You know what I mean? You're like, does this person look like they're going to trap me with a baby? Does this person look like they're going to take 50% of my everything I've ever worked for if I fall in love and get married, and then they become an alcoholic or addicted to Adderall or whatever the fuck other mental illness bullshit they can just suddenly spurge out. It's just, I don't know. Like when I look back on whenever you are in your younger years, there is a degree of just like innocence to the dating, you know what I mean? Where it's just like fun, there's no pressure, like whatever the fuck, this is what we're supposed to do, and then as you get older, there's just a degree of like fear, that goes along with it from observing everybody else's absolute train wrecks. I sound like a stand-up friend. I am a fucking good friend. I'm like friend of the year. Anybody who's friend with me is like, they're getting like top-notch friend. I'm not even joking. I'm friend of the century. I should be on the show called Friends. I'm so friendly. S tier. Someone get me a big trophy. A big fucking... I need to be knighted by Queen Elizabeth. By her corpse. I am your guys' friend. I'm your guys' internet friend, okay? We are internet friends, and we talk about our internet lives. A lot of people's lives ruined by baby trap. I mean, it's scary, man. You got baby trapped young. It was way more common nowadays. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, well, I don't know. Nobody that's ever gotten baby trapped ever regrets their children, at least from what I can tell. But at the same time, yes, it does really complicate things, but, such is life, I suppose, for every human being ever. Yeah, this is all an audition. You guys are all auditioning to be Joel's top new friend. Is this a para-social relationship? Never heard of such a thing. No, this is real. This honestly, there will come a day, guys, where I'm going to need to borrow money. And for either my drug addiction or various crimes and lawyer fees. So I know you guys think this is a parasocial relationship, but I will need something soon. So stay in the chat if you're willing to carry my burden. You got $5. Okay, perfect. That should save me over. Yeah, start a Vanguard account just for me, guys. Thank you. In the early 90s, way back before I got married and had kids, or pulled my head out of my butt and generally got my life together, I had this girlfriend. I was madly in love with her, though, and I thought she was perfect and believed that we'd spend the rest of our lives together. And then one day, I found her in bed with a coworker after coming home from work early. And so I grabbed a bag, packed everything I couldn't afford to lose, and then walked her out. About an hour later, I'm pulling into a motel about 15 miles out of town. It wasn't the first one I saw, but it was the first that seemed like I wouldn't wake up to find my car stolen. So I pulled in, booked a room for a week, and then asked the clerk where the nearest liquor store was. I got blasted that first night and then woke up got so blasted. Got absolutely blasted. Boop with the 369 bribes for top friend. Yeah, that's all it takes. to be one of my top 10 friends, it really just, there's a strong correlation to how much money you give me. I'm just kidding. Hey man, did you get my congrats email a couple of days ago? Congrats email. There's a lot of emails that come through, so I apologize if I missed it. Chad. Is it the same name? Chad? Chadley? Chadwick? I'm not sure, honestly, how to even find it. Let's up those numbers! Do you ever want to tell someone to stop talking to you? I mean, what was it the crime girl was in here saying she uses ChatGPT to just like copy paste the message in and then respond, and I thought that was pretty ingenious. You're like, you know what? There should just be an option on like, if someone has like an OnlyFans or something, and or like, you know what I mean, we're in like an area of expertise that's going to involve dealing with a lot of weirdos via chat. If you just had AI just like continue the conversation for you just on autopilot. But either way, Chad, sorry I can't find it, but thank you very much for the congratulations. Hopefully I can spot it here eventually. I got blasted that first night, and then woke up so hungover that I poured the rest of that second bottle of vodka down the bathroom sink. It was clear alcohol wasn't going to fix anything, and so after loading up on beef and cheese at a nearby burger place, I headed back to my motel room and went to sleep. Maybe 3 hours later, I woke up at around 9:30 at night and then dragged myself into the shower to rinse away the cobwebs. I figured that I was in for a pretty chill evening of TV, maybe even a pizza delivery if the clerk on the front desk knew of one that it was clear alcohol. I think he was saying it was clear that alcohol ... People donating Joel's addiction and bestie fund is one way to spend it. Exactly. There you go. It all goes into the same slush fund to feed my addiction, but also be my good friend. Question: why am I able to listen to your podcast free? How are you doing this? Do you mean like YouTube or podcast itself? I mean, if you're listening over on Spotify, there are ads that should run on there, and maybe you already have a premium thing or something. I don't know. But that's how I make the money, is running ads like on YouTube, on podcasts, etc., etc. What if you want to be more than friends? What, like enemies? I figured that I was in for a chill evening of TV and maybe a pizza delivery if the clerk on the front desk knew of one that'd drive out that far. But I walked back into the bedroom to the sound of someone yelling in the parking lot outside. I peeked out of the curtains after I toweled off and threw on some clothes and saw a woman standing at the far end of the parking lot having some kind of public freakout. She was yelling at the clerk from the front desk, but from that distance, and being behind the window, I couldn't make out what she was saying. I guess seeing someone else having a hard time made me feel a little bit better about my own. At least, that's what I blame for the curiosity getting the better of me. And then within a few seconds of seeing her, I was outside on the walkway, smoking a cigarette and pretending not to watch the drama unfold. But the second I heard what she was talking about, I didn't find it nearly as entertaining as I thought I would. I guess that probably makes me sound like some kind of a-hole, but who doesn't enjoy a harmless little confrontation between two pissed-off strangers? The woman looked like she was in her late 20s or early 30s. Black hair, tan, wearing jeans, sneakers, and a white t-shirt, and in between yelling for the clerk to shut up and listen to her, she kept saying crazy stuff like, "We need to get everyone out, and they're all gonna die." I remember thinking, wait, what? and taking a few steps towards the parking lot so I could hear what they were saying better. The clerk was trying to calm her down, saying that he'd call the cops, but the woman didn't want to hear it. She kept telling the guy, "The cops won't be able to do crap. They'd end up dead too. You need to get everyone out of here right now." I wasn't the only person to overhear all of this, and as the yelling continued, more and more people started coming out of their rooms to see what all the commotion was for. A few kids came out with their parents, but quickly got ushered back inside when they'd heard that the lady screaming was... Whoops. I got one of those split BFF necklaces for us, but I lost my half. Oh. We have to wear, like, chains around our neck. Connected forever. Why the F does my dad call me and then fall asleep on the phone? What is the point? That's actually hilarious. How does he even manage that? Hey, son, how's it going? Can you send me stuff? You can send me emails, I guess. Let's read submissions@gmail.com. I don't have a P.O. box or anything like that. You'll buy me bang energies for life. Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate that. That's all I've ever really wanted. Oh, I wonder how many I could drink before it all ends. A few kids came out with their parents, but quickly got ushered back inside when they heard the lady screaming about her imminent mass murder. It was so convincing that I was like, is this girl having a mental breakdown here in the parking lot of a motel, or is this legit? Like, are people really coming to kill us? It seems like a hell of a thing to take a gamble on, I thought. And people on the second floor were obviously thinking the same thing because, while some people were going back into their rooms looking very worried, one guy came out again with his car keys in hand, obviously getting ready to book it should anything actually go down. The woman screaming sure as hell sounded like she believed what she was saying. She was scared, and that fear was infectious. People were starting to get anxious, kids were crying, and all the while she's getting more and more agitated while yelling at the crowd of onlookers saying, "Don't you get it? We can't stay here!" Hell, I felt it myself. That creeping thought of, well damn, what if she's right? Other people were obviously thinking the same thing, and not just the guy who grabbed his cars. Oh shit, Strauss Outdoors. Bro, thank you so much for the support tonight. Fight for top bestie. You got the #1 crown right now. Thank you, bro. Nah, you guys don't need to give me money to be my friend. I appreciate you, though. A sock full of butter. Bring me a sock full of butter. That's all I'm asking. Dan Schneider from Nickelodeon beckons thee. Oh yeah, once Roki shows up, it's... Oh, no, I'm just kidding. Alright. Other people were obviously thinking the same thing, and not just the guy who grabbed his car keys either. People were yelling, "Just call the cops, man." Things like that, but you could tell it wasn't so much that this woman was freaking out, it was because they were actually scared of the stuff she was saying. The clerk turned to the crowd on the second floor balcony, which is where the yell of "call the cops" had come from. He started saying something back about how the situation is under control, and then I think he was about to tell people to go back into their rooms when the woman seemed to lose her mind completely for a second. I guess it was the guy claiming that everything was under control because as soon as those words came out of his mouth, she started pacing towards him, and he didn't see how close she was until it was too late. He tried to back away from her, telling her to keep away, but she managed to grab him by the arm. I figured that she was about to start trying to hit him or something, but instead, she kind of dragged his forearm towards her while she leaned forward, and then sunk her teeth into the guy's forearm so hard that I actually think she was drawing blood. The clerk started screaming for his life, "Get the hell off of me," before letting out a loud screech of pain as the woman bit him. I remember the gasps and cries coming from around the motel as she bit the dude, And this prompted another handful of people to retreat to their rooms, like they didn't want to be around for whatever happened next. I'm not sure how the clerk got her off of him, but I guess he dragged her off the hair. Dragged. What if we want to give you money for drugs? Which drugs? I wish I liked drugs, honestly. Drugs sound fun, but man, they're such a pain in the ass. This cult is sacred. And if my Fallout stream and people didn't believe me, the Buttersock cult is real. It's the realest there ever has been. I got an email a while back where it was like saying that you could host live shows on like a cruise. And I was just thinking how funny it would be to like host like an actual like Buttersock cult cruise or something like that, where it's just like people from the YouTube, and you guys had to determine who was like who I was. It'd be so funny though, you go on the cruise and someone like, you guys had to figure out which one I was, and then turns out that some other guy like pretends to be me and everyone thinks it's him, and I just kind of let it happen. Turns into a poop cruise. But that does sound kind of fun, even though I will be honest, like cruises, I get really seasick. And even with like this, a cruise being the size of like a full-grown mall, I still feel like I would get pretty sick out there and pretty claustrophobic. A Dutch baby? What's a Dutch baby? But no one can talk. Yeah, everyone has to keep their mouths shut the whole cruise. Coming from an addict, trust me, you don't wish you liked drugs. Every day is a fight not to use them. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just joking. I have some family members who, thankfully, are now out of like a 4-month stint in rehab. And they seem like they're doing pretty good, but it does kind of suck like that the things that they do kind of like stick with you. You know what I mean? And it is really hard to just like forget all of it, even though you're happy that they're better. You have to use your screen names and badges, yeah. The ocean is terrifying. It can be. I still think about that kid who jumped off that senior week, like Louisiana cruise. He was like only 18 and just got dared to jump into the water, and I think he actually thought maybe he could make it back on the buoy or whatever. But then he swam away from the buoy because there were like sharks that were following it or whatever. And now he's just, he's dead for the rest of his life. If Joel tried to go where I live, he would die. What, on a cruise, or just if I ever come to your territory, I'd get killed by the Rastas? Jen Siemens, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. If the ship sinks, who am I saving? Oh, it's just me. I'm going to go down with the ship, honestly. I feel like if I hosted a cruise, I kind of have to die with it like the Titanic. And then like 80 years later, people can come, or 100 years later, a bunch of billionaires can come visit me and have their little submersible implode on itself. But somehow the Xbox controller survives. I live on an island, so the only way we get here other than fly is boat. Really? Did you grow up on that island? That's interesting. And you said you're Canadian, right? So it's a Canadian island. That's crazy. I feel like the only way someone lives on an island like that is they just like are born there. What's up, Lucy? Jules the captain now. Whatever happened to that 9-month cruise? Was there one? Are they still out there? How am I? I'm good. Doing good, just cruising, just literally cruising. Talking about cruises. True crime on the cruise. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm fine being on a boat cruising around the bay, but not crossing oceans. Been on a boat party, it was fun. Yeah, some of those, I've seen and heard some of them crash. I went on one in 2019, and I ended up getting sick because It was just like the cabins are so tight that you just end up getting sick. I was born here, but a lot of people move here. I live on a peninsula, so there's literally water in every direction, basically. Interesting. Does that kind of like make... I assume you grew up doing boat stuff? That sounds kind of nice, though, living by the ocean, hearing the birds and fishing and all that kind of lifestyle. Unless it's just like really boring and sad, I guess. I'd like a captain without a landlubber belly, please. A landlubber belly. Unlucky. Everybody's got one. I'm not sure how the clerk got her off of him, but I guess he dragged her off by the hair or something and shoved her, because the next thing I knew, she was picking herself up off the ground while the clerk ran back towards the front desk holding his arm. As the woman kept yelling about how we were all going to die, someone walked out from the front desk with a gun in his hand, saying the cops had been called, and she was saying to leave right now before they showed up and arrested her. Once again, the lady freaked out and started screaming at the top of her lungs about how the cops couldn't help anyone and they'd only die too. She then started marching towards the person I'd later discovered was the motel's manager, but he didn't make the same mistake as his employee. He backed up, keeping a distance between them as he raised that gun and told her to back off. Now looking back on it, that's when I started to think that she wasn't crazy, at least not entirely crazy, because the sight of that gun being pointed at her stopped her dead in her tracks. She kept on backing up from the manager with his pointed gun. Backing up from... Oh, okay, yeah. She was a fairy. It's amazing, honestly. I feel blessed as cheesy. I feel blessed as cheesy as it sounds. It's called Vancouver Island. It's massive. There's multiple mountain ranges and it takes hours to drive the length of it. Oh, okay, that's cool. I guess, yeah, Canada is, like, insanely large. Do you record stories by sections? I figure you just read it all at once without messing up. Yeah, no. Yeah, I record. I start and stop here and edit the audio later. She was a fairy. Did you have a balcony or did you have an inner cabin? What do you mean? What were we talking about? I forget. Like for camping? She kept on backing up from the manager with his gun pointed, and then she turned around and saw a couple of young parents watching from the second-floor balcony with the girl holding their baby. The crazy lady ran for the stairs, begging them to hand over their baby so at least it'd be spared from what was coming. She didn't even make it halfway up before the dad cut her off. He tried blocking her at first, but when she swung for him, he shoved her back so hard that she tumbled down the last couple of stairs. It wasn't some bad fall, so she got right back up again, but just as she was making her way up the stairs towards the young father again, the cop suddenly rolled into the parking lot and caught her attention. The patrol car turned into the parking lot with a quick wail of it. Whoop, 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 whoop. Must be kind of sick to have like a cop car with a bunch, like a whole soundboard of weird noises. Whip, whip, woo, 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 woo. The squeaks, the meeps, and the beeps. Boop, 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 boop. The patrol car turned up in the parking lot with a quick wail of its siren, as if to say, all right, break. All right, can't. Their patrol car turned into the parking lot with a quick wail of its siren, as if to say, all right, break it up. The manager with the gun placed it on the ground and raised his hands into the air. One of the cops jumped out and pulled out his own gun, but didn't point it at the manager and started to... One of the cops jumped out and pulled his own gun, but didn't point it as the manager started explaining the situation. That same cop started walking towards him so he could secure the gun, and then told the guy to head back inside until the situation was resolved. But the other cop, he started walking towards the lady who'd been screaming, and the whole thing started over again. At first, the lady acted kind of relieved, like the cops were going to help her evacuate the motel. But as soon as that one cop made it clear that You're launching some turnips? What, with like a slingshot? Ever been arrested? I have not been arrested, no, thankfully. Oh, man. They can never catch me.
Zoidberg. Zoidberg.
What does Zoidberg sound like? Isn't it like that?
Zoidberg.
But as soon as that one cop made it clear that wasn't going to happen, she started screaming about how they're all going to die again. Only that time, she went from maybe a 5 out of 10 on the crazy scale to a full-on 11. She started saying, "Why is no one listening to me? Are you effing stupid or something?" And she's not just yelling or screaming this time. She's screeching and wailing so loud her voice was starting to break up, and some of the words are kind of getting mushed together in her rush to get them out. I think this was one of the most disturbing aspects of the whole thing, seeing the last of this woman's mind starting to slip away from her right there in front of me. She started walking towards the cop in front of her. He backed off and pulled out this bright yellow pistol taser, and although he didn't point at it right away, just seeing him take it out sent her completely over the edge again. She rushed forward, I'm guessing to try and bite that cop, and he didn't hesitate. He pointed his taser, fired it, and the woman's body just sort of locked up mid-run before she hit the ground face first. It was a nasty fall, man. A really nasty fall. And then when the cops went to put the cuffs on her, it looked like she was out cold. Not long after the ambulance showed up, and after wrapping the woman's face up with some bandages, the paramedics hauled her onto a stretcher and then drove to what I'm guessing was the hospital, with the cops following close behind. The motel's manager walked around the parking lot, basically begging people to not check out and assuring them everything was back under control. I went back into my room, grabbed my keys, and then went back to the burger joint for some fries and a milkshake. No one showed up at that motel and... yeah, it'd be funny, and then a meteor just hits the motel. You know what's been funny? People have been, like, I keep getting friends, like, asking, like, they're like, are aliens about to invade? Do you guys think aliens are about to invade? Like, as soon as peace breaks out in the Middle East and Ukraine and all those other places, it's just like, oh yeah, aliens. They know I'm one of them. They shouldn't. They're not supposed to. No, they're not going to invade, in my opinion. Oh, okay, good. That's good. That's all I need to hear. They're already here. That's what I figured. They're like in the water and shit. But what is that big object arriving in November? I'm ready. I genuinely believe they have at least made contact. Oh yeah, for sure. I remember, like, the X-Files said it was, like, after World War II, once we blew up the nukes, that's the radioactive signatures in space caused them to be like, wait, what's that? And then they went through, you know, through, like, dimensional portals or something to, like, get here and be like, what's going on? Okay, so the 3I Atlas, discovered on July 21st, Atlas now confirmed to be the third known interstellar object that is an object originating from outside our solar system, observed passing through our cosmic neighborhood, originally estimated to be 20 kilometers across or 12 miles approximately. Further observations from the Hubble Space Telescope and other observations revised the size down to around 3.5 miles, with the possibility of it being as small as 320 meters. Oh, well then what the fuck do they know at all? How do you guesstimate this shit? AI decoded the message, "We are coming to save you." Oh shit. Like recently? From what? From who? The object exhibits comet-like characteristics such as a dust coma and tail, leading most astronomers to classify it as an interstellar comet, not an artificial or alien spacecraft. Aliens are a hoax. Are they demons? The demons. Maybe. Who knows, man? Then you could be the first ever to have an alien boyfriend. Oh man, what a day that would be. An insurance agent and they will cancel him in a hot second, poor guy. Who, the aliens are losing their insurance? From the object's faint energy signature? Oh my god, no way. No, you're making that up, man. You're making that up. The theorized arrival in November seems to stem from speculative commentary, most notably from Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb. Dude, how the fuck would she know? She's like, yeah, it's probably a mothership. I don't know, it just seems like a mothership to me. I know we've had lots of alien experiences, and this one just seems like eh. He pointed to its usual trajectory speed of 130 miles per hour and timing to suggest the possibility of intelligent design or intent. If indeed an artificial object, Loeb speculates it could reach Earth's vicinity by November 21st and December 5th. Just in time for Christmas Jesus. Aliens are NWO hoax, they believe, scaring the sheep to unify against a common enemy, all psyops. Yeah, do you think that now's the time? Is like, are we doing the psyop now? Is that the next thing? I feel like we should have did meteors first, right? Terrorists. And then fucking meteors. And then because the meteors would be good, because then we could be like, oh, we got to put fucking meteor-destroying laser beams on the moon and shit, right? And it's going to cost 10 trillion bagillion tax dollars forever. And then they can just, in the name of Earth defense space. But at that point, think about it. It would kind of slowly integrate the Earth's mind into a unifying connective threat. That's what you need, right? That's what you need. You need a unifying connective threat, which aliens make sense, but you need to ease people into that unifying threat, right? Which would be meteors. And you wouldn't even need real meteors. You could just like drop shit from like orbit and just be like, yeah, it was a fucking meteor, I guess. I don't know. Like from a satellite, like a really high up satellite. Nobody could ever prove it unless they were like honed in on like a image thing. I guess like different governments would maybe prove it, but it would be so devastating in certain areas that you'd just be like, oh, we gotta act fast. We gotta act fast. The space object is going to take all our gerbs. See, that's my biggest fear, is like losing my YouTube job to a fucking alien scum. You need a unifying threat in order to convince people to worship the Antichrist. Which would be who? Who in chat here is the Antichrist? Show yourself. The UFO false flag will fall through, unfortunately, so they will have to bring their NWO World War III style. We're gonna do it torpedo style. We got Clanker, now we need one for Alien. Green Xenos. Xenos. What are you agreeing to? Too bad, you already signed, Beth. I'm sorry. You're gonna have an alien boyfriend. Stop the hate. Spread some alien cheeks instead. No one showed up at the motel and slaughtered everyone, but by then I figured that wasn't going to happen. The poor woman just, I guess, lost her mind somehow and was convinced something terrible was about to happen. The thing is, something bad was about to happen, just only for her. Do you think Honey Boo Boo was an alien? She was their leader. I do believe. Is she still a 6-year-old fat girl? Or is she like a grown adult now? And therefore eating all of my Wendy's burgers. What's up, Gabriella? I'm clocked out, can go away now. Oh, no worries. Am I giving out alien boyfriends? Yeah, I'll probably, most likely, they'll be really small. So be ready for that, and I'll be like collecting them as I shoot down their ships. I'll be collecting them in little like formaldehyde jars, but they can actually be in like a stasis kind of form in a formaldehyde jar. So all you have to do is just kind of like pop it open and dump it in your bathtub and wake it up and, you know, do whatever you want. And listen to your bullshit, or you can have sex with it, I guess. I wouldn't advise that. You'll get sick, probably. What's up, KQK? You could take them on the cruise. Yeah, everyone better have their 2-foot alien boyfriend on the cruise when I see you there. Do I shake off excess water before getting in the shower? No, I usually sprint out of the shower. Like it's kind of an unexpected thing. Like I'm behind the curtain, you don't really know what's going on, and I just like burst out. And as I run, there'll be like a series of clothes that I'll like run into that'll go onto my body as I'm sprinting down the hall naked. Sometimes I slip, yeah. Like a dog after shitting. Yeah, dogs are so fucking funny. They're like, they just shit, and then they always like kick like their legs up to like cover the poop, but usually like completely miss it. But it's just like one of those like instinctual traits they have that somehow kind of makes sense, but they just didn't quite get it right. And then they just like take off sprinting. I gotta get out, I just shit, I gotta get out of here. Something's gonna find it and eat it. I don't want to see that because I want to eat it. Yeah, I got a kitty cat. You ever farted each step you took when you ran? I remember, I used to fart a lot when I was jogging. That was always a good feeling. Jogging is great if you're ever like backed up. It really clears out the system. I do kind of want to be that guy though, where like the aliens are here peacefully and Donald Trump is up there with Xi Jinping and they're talking about how we'd like to welcome our green friends, and Donald makes a joke about how handsome they are. They don't understand the joke. They don't get it. They don't have our human sense of humor. And then I just want to fucking come out of nowhere with like a big American flag, but the tip of the flag has like a fucking spear on it, and I just put the flag spear through like 2 of the aliens at one time. Ah, God. Fuck you. And then that starts the whole like intergalactic war. Because honestly, there's like no point in like aliens coming to being peaceful. Like that's boring. That's the slur. Yeah. It's a really long one, but they understand what I said. China. Back when I was still in college, I used to drive home for the holidays, and since my parents lived all the way across the country, the journey took a day and a half and included an overnight stop at a motel. It was one of those single-story L-shaped places that looked like it had been around since the 50s or something, where the rooms were opened directly onto the parking lot. The paint was fading and it had 2 buzzing neon signs, front. Long as you harpoon the leader, they won't fight back. Oh wait, that's Fifth Element. Oh yeah, do they only listen to the one thing? The worst thing is that the ones that probably end up harpooning are just like some sort of biotic drones. Like they would never actually take a risk and send their own people there to kill us. They would send a bunch of just like biomechanical cyborg, slimy things. Slimers. Yeah, they just want our cheese caves. I killed your future alien boyfriend. I'm sorry. He was weird looking, so I think it's my God-given right to kill him. Go back, you glorber. Hey, that word will be banned in probably like 5 or 6 years. The paint was fading. It had 2 buzzing neon signs out front that you could hear at night. And since the place was clean and cheap and was mostly exactly a 10-hour drive from college, I figured it was as good a place as any to get some needed sleep. Now, during my sophomore year, I pulled in and paid cash for a room and then parked right in front of my door. I dumped my overnight bag inside, checked the room over to make sure everything was as it should be, and then walked back outside to my car. But as I was locking my door, someone came up to the room next to mine. It was a woman, maybe in her mid-30s, and she How long does it take me to edit the audio? I guess after I record. Honestly, the audio doesn't take too long, maybe like 20 to 30 minutes, and then editing the video after that might be like I don't know, doesn't take too long. Do you think the aliens have pee-pee? Maybe the originals, like the Nordics, but like the little gray ones that are also sometimes green. They are penisless and vaginaless, and they are basically there just to like do basic work and jobs. I mean, well, honestly, I feel like that's a bit of an oversight to make them vaginaless, to be honest with you. They should at least have like a butthole or something. I mean, I guess I'm not the one designing them, but I don't know, man. These aliens, they're just not thinking. That's why they can't come here. They're gonna fuck everything up. Queen Sweat with the 2. Love y'all. Love you too. Good to see you. They have a mound. One large speed bump. Ever upload and have a mistake in the audio? Yeah, I have. Yeah, many times. It was a woman, maybe in her mid-30s, and since she was looking down at her phone as she walked past, she slammed into me as she did so. I was about to mumble sorry out of reflex, but she beat me to speaking. Not to offer an apology of her own, but to call me a dumb effing B-word who should watch where she's standing. It was so insane that I was stunned, and I didn't let it bother me. And as I walked to my car, I kind of laughed to myself at how comically terrible some people can be. I also remember being super relieved that I was only staying one night and that I most likely wouldn't have to interact with her again. I have no idea. I had no... Give your alien boyfriend a pee-pee? Alright. I think we can fashion together something with like slime, like Nickelodeon slime. It'd be kind of funny if at some point Nickelodeon got shut down, and then there was just like in their head they genuinely thought that like Nickelodeon channel and like sliming people was something that was going to happen for like the next 50 years. Like they didn't expect any end or transfer of entertainment over to something like YouTube or streaming or whatever. So you just have like abandoned warehouses just absolutely filled with thousands and thousands of gallons of unused green slime that just never solidifies or gets mold or anything. It just sort of always stays that like same like radioactive cum green. Jizzlet, welcome, or thank you for the 2, says missed last week's stream, missed ya. No worries, yeah, if you ever miss a stream, there's a playlist that has all of them. And I think the live tab also has all of them. We should raid the Nickelodeon factory, slime factories. Fluffernutters earlier, and even though I just ate one yesterday, I kind of want one again. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. I feel like if you smoke marijuana, you kind of have to get a snack. There was legit YouTuber lost their mind madness happened on live earlier today. You all cheered me up. Yeah, who was it? What happened? Was his name Mr. Beast? I had no idea that me and Little Miss Rude were in for a much more significant encounter. I drove down to the same fried chicken place that I stopped by during my freshman year and was relieved to find that it was still open. Now I got myself a sandwich and some fries and iced tea, and then after back out. Oh, after back out, okay. Mr. Breast himself. I know I shouldn't be angry about this, but why the fuck? Like, for some reason, Mr. Beast coming out of nowhere saying that he raised like $12 million to like build wells in Africa. Why does that make me mad? Like, Jen, you guys have to be my therapist right now and explain to me what psychological process is occurring in my head that like hearing about Mr. Beast like creating wells in Africa like fills me with a degree of frustration. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just like having heard about that for so long, or just for some reason like the fact that Mr. Beast why doesn't he build a well in the back of my house? Where's my well? Because it feels performative. That might be it, honestly. It definitely does feel like it lacks a sense of soul to it, you know? And it's like happening in a place in Africa where I almost feel like he could do it and then you just would never know. You just give him like an internet pat on the back and say like, he's doing God's work. But then you later find out like 50 years from now that he was just, I don't even know, harvesting people's organs or something. Which could be a possibility, I suppose. He's a dirty narcissist. Narcissist. I don't know. I mean, I guess, who knows? Maybe it's like the infrastructure of like doing it was already in place. So for him, he's like, it's a good thing. I don't know. I mean, it's a good thing, I guess. I mean, who am I to sit there and say he's not doing a good thing? It's just, for some reason, I feel like it should be allocated to a separate project, but I can't even think at all what it is. But didn't he also open up some type of surgery centers out there? Did Mr. Breast open surgery centers in Africa? You're absolutely right to ask. Here's the full picture. Yes, Jimmy Donaldson has helped fund surgical centers in Africa, specifically in Ghana. It's not something he stated entirely on its own. It's a collaborative effort. What actually happened? In May 2025, Mr. Beast's charitable arm, Beast Philanthropy, partnered with local nonprofit Ghana Make a Difference, GMAD, to build a medical facility designed to provide free surgeries for children rescued from forced labor, particularly from fishing exploitation on Lake Volta in Ghana's central region. The initiative included constructing a modern surgical center with that facility explicitly aimed at delivering critical, life-changing medical. Has there ever, completely unrelated question, been any accusations or reports of organ harvesting that has occurred in that region of Ghana? Alright, let's get to the bottom of this. You're asking whether there have ever been accusation reports of organ harvesting in that region of Ghana, specifically the eastern region. The answer is nuanced. I don't know why. That's what Mr. Beast is gonna say, like when he's at like in front of Congress. Now, speaking of organ harvesting, the answer is nuanced. Regional context: Eastern region Ghana. There is no credible reports or documented accusations indicating that forced organ harvesting has occurred within the eastern region of Ghana. Most legitimate studies and official reports on organ trafficking in Ghana focus on broader West or Northwest Africa rather than pinpointing the eastern region. Broader context: West Africa, including Ghana. Interpol's Project ENACT highlights that trafficking in human beings for the purpose of organ removal, THBOR, is a concern across North and West Africa, including Ghana as part of West Africa, which may make vulnerable populations susceptible to exploitation. Okay. Reported allegations and warnings in Ghana. In May 2024, not that long ago, the Ghana Report published sensational allegations citing an anonymous individual claiming involvement in organ harvesting. The piece described methods of luring and killing victims and selling their organs internationally. However, there are unverified personal claims and no formal investigations, prosecutions, or corroborating evidence to suggest that Mr. Beast is eating little kids' hearts. The Anti-Human Trafficking Unit of Ghana Police has indeed issued warnings about syndicates that exploit individuals by luring them abroad under false job offers for the purpose of organ harvesting, suggesting official concern over the matter. Okay. Well, that's good. Well, that's good to know, at least. That there's only accusations of organ harvesting in that country. I was worried that maybe it was something more serious. Mr. Beast is not some criminal mastermind or even the mastermind behind his own brand. What? Who is it? Tell me now. So CTK make the video with bad comments about depression, lost his mind, and comments. Fake apology live with monetized stream with racist comment paid for and telling audience he is better than all. That sounds about right. That's what what's the point of being a YouTuber if you can't belittle your audience and tell them you're better than them and scream racist stuff? Come on. Wait, oh, Cinnamon Toast Ken? Oh no, he was like YouTube or PewDiePie's buddy, wasn't he? Like they had done stuff together. Made a video with bad comments about depression. Oh, he had commentary on depression. He got mad at people saying fake apology live, monetized the stream with racist comment paid for, and telling audience he is better now. Well, I'm not going to be... I don't know. I feel like there's more to that story, so we'll see what happens. Turkey Tom loves to sneak diss his fans. It's all good. I mean, the terminally online drama community does, I feel like is pretty self-aware of, like, my favorite comment on all those kinds of videos is like, big day for the unemployed. Because it's so true. You're just like, oh, I can't wait to hear about Hassan saying that he wants to kill Ethan's wife again or something. It's just like, what the fuck's going on? I need to hear about this. I need to know about what the YouTubers are doing. He was with PewDiePie. Yes, there's more comments unlimited. Sorry about that. It was just weird seeing it. No, it's all good. I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure seeing it live was strange and odd, and it's all good. I'm sure I'll see something pop up on social media later about it or whatever after talking about it. Streamers are so crazy. They are nuts, aren't they? Frickin' nuts. Let's read Crash Out one right now. Yeah! The Philippines! The fucking Philippines! They're always... I don't know. They're just fucking... come on. Cut it out. The Let's Read Bridge moment. I don't know if you ever watched that video. It's like you go to the comments on like the PewDiePie bridge incident video, and it's literally just like people like time stamping the exact moment or whatever, and then just like saying me when, you know, it's just like everyone's just like memeified it completely. And it's, I mean, I guess it's one way to take out the sting. Of course, I did tell you the story about how like PewDiePie having the bridge incident is literally what saved me from a predatory MCM, like the multi-channel network, or MCN, yeah, that basically takes a percentage of your money predatorily while providing you nothing. And whenever he did that, Disney dropped him and only kept like the top 300 creators, which did not include me, in their like plans. So everybody else's plans just went like null and void. So basically PewDiePie saved me a bunch of money by having his crash out. Do I gamble? I don't know. I mean, I guess I play Hearthstone Battlegrounds, which pretty much is like gambling, but no money involved other than if you buy the battle pass. Yeah, I owe PewDiePie my life. Yeah, it's my new video. PewDiePie saved my life, but not how you would think. I got myself a sandwich, some fries, and an iced tea, and then, after back out into the parking lot, I spotted a man standing by what I assumed was his car. It looked like he was watching the people inside through the big panel windows. And the second he saw me, he called out in a very friendly voice, asking if I could help him. Then when I was asked what... Then when I asked what was going on, he told me his story. Now, about a week later, his wife's parents had died in a freak car accident. She was absolutely devastated, but as the days went by... Wait, did I miss something? Who died? Why did they die? The second he saw me, he got in a friendly... Okay, he's telling a story. Okay. You know my voice? How do you know my voice? Oh, man. You wish you could hug me? Thanks, bro. Could use a nice hugging. Have you seen Weapons? No, I was supposed to see it like yesterday, but I don't know. Maybe I'll see it on stream eventually. Thanks, Dank. Good to see you, dude. Can you bug me? Sure, bug me all you want. You're using my voice to make fake AI ads. No! I do not give you permission, demon. The second he saw me, he called out in a friendly voice, asking if I could help him. Then when I asked what was going on, he told me his story. So about a week prior, his parents... Oh, shite. So about a week prior, his wife's parents had died in a freak car accident. She was absolutely devastated, but as the days went by, she got worse and worse. Until one day, when she seemed to have a complete nervous breakdown and drove off in her car after saying she was going to find her dead parents, like she didn't really believe they were gone. Given what a fragile state of mind his wife was in, the man said he was desperate to find her before she got herself hurt or into trouble. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone to show me a picture of her, and when he turned the screen around so I could see, I recognized who it was. It was little Miss Rude, the lady who barged into me outside my motel room maybe only 45 minutes prior. I took a long look at the picture, staying quiet while I studied it, and then after looking up to meet the man's eyes, I told him, "Nope, sorry, haven't seen her. But if you give me your cell number, I can call you if I do." And I tried to sound as genuine as possible, took down his cell number before wishing him luck, and then walked back to our cars as he thanked me for my kindness. Now, a lot of you are going to ask, why the hell did you just lie to that nice man searching for his wife? And I get it. I'd be asking the same thing if it was me reading this right now. But right as I was on the cusp of telling the guy, Good news. I know where she is. She's in the hotel room right next to mine. I heard my friend Allie's voice in my head. Allie, who'd been one of my friends... Hey, Chelsea Hicks, thank you, and welcome to the Buttersock Hole. You got the fedora. So that's not a welcome. It's a welcome back. For some reason, it doesn't show the months. But thank you, thank you. Have you seen the Kai's Fortnite skin reveal? The Deadass showed it on the Vegas Sphere. Damn, dude, that guy's living it up. Is Kai fun to watch? Like, I really like IShowSpeed and various others, but like Kai, I don't know, what does Kai do? What makes him fun and cool? Kai, Sinat, Fortnite Squin. Nice, dude. He's got a freaking scythe. And he's got a headband. And he's got a little shirt on. And he's got a finger. It's fun. Wish I liked Fortnite, honestly. Got a finger that's in my nose. I like watching Speed with KSI instead. KSI, KSI, yeah. I still can. What can I still can? Play Fortnite? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I just don't really like Battle Royales, and like, for some reason, Fortnite just feels very stiff and Lego-y, if that makes sense. Feels very cartoon-ish. But it's fine. I mean, it looks fun too, just not for me. Maybe I missed the boat, is the issue. Have you had a good week today? It was a good week. I've been able to get to the gym quite a bit, and yeah, it feels good. You had a really hard time playing Overwatch? You play Overwatch, really? I haven't played Overwatch in so long now, and it feels so good to like never touch it anymore. That game was like the bane of my existence, like filled me with like absolute fucking life-ending anger. And then now I watch a friend play it from time to time just to see what it's like, and it just looks just as bad and terrible, and I hate it. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. Don't you tee me. Don't tee me. That is my trigger word. Overwatch. I'm going to be laying on my deathbed and someone whispers it in my ear. When Speed finally gets his skin in the game, he will finally pick up for it. Yeah. But his special ability better be like he can sprint freaking 10 million miles per hour. Allie, who'd been one of my best friends all throughout high school, had suffered through a horrible dating experience back when she was a senior. She ended up dating an older guy, not by much, just a couple of years. But while this guy seemed cool and had a nice car and had money to spend on her, he turned out to be an absolute psycho who could not take no for an answer. She had quit her job to find one... The rage is real. Who did you play in Overwatch? Mercy Main. What's up, guys? It's me, Mercy. Is Obama in Fortnite? I hope so, dude. Chelsea, thank you so much for the gifter to iCat Max. Welcome, welcome, iCat. Be sure to thank Chelsea. Thank you, thank you. I think everyone's having their own personal lunatic conversation. It's how it goes sometimes. We just gotta let out our inner schizophrenic. Junkrat? Oh, that's hilarious. My one buddy is like a Junkrat main, and that's all he does. And it's like so perfect for him because he's just like, it's such a trolly character, and he's just like a mega troll in real life, you know? She had quit her job and find... What is it saying? She had to quit her job... Oh, whoopsies. He's just like a big, ugly, green mega troll. Yeah. He's so beautiful. Blow it up. She had to quit her job and find one. Oh my god, I suck fucking cock. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna suck every cock. She had to quit her job and find one someplace else because he kept showing up trying to either yell at her or beg her to take him back. But just a few months into working at the new place, he showed up there too, and this time, he didn't want to talk. He tried dragging her into his car. The cops were called, it was a whole thing, but then afterwards, when one of her old middle school friends heard about it, she called her in tears saying the whole thing was her fault. The ex-boyfriend had reached out to her, told her a bunch of lies about organizing a surprise party, and then managed to trick her into spilling the beans regarding Allie's new place of work. It was a cruel, devious, and manipulative illustrating breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law. It was cruel, devious, and manipulative, illustrating exactly why she'd had to break up with him in the first place. Cruel, devious, manipulative. These were the ingredients for the perfect boyfriend. Guys, honest question. Do you guys like it when your boyfriend's nuts? Or like goes nuts? It was cruel, devious, and manipulative, illustrating exactly why she'd had to take a break. Can I sing you a Jamaican lullaby? Yeah, you gotta write it out for me, though. You gotta write it out for me, man. It was cruel, devious, and manipulative, illustrating exactly why she'd had to break up with him in the first place. So when that guy showed me a picture of his wife, after telling me a bunch of stuff I had no way to verify, I figured that I better play it safe. It wasn't just Allie's experience that made me lie to him either. There was something about the way he told his story that just didn't sit right with me. It sounded almost rehearsed, and while I'd obviously help the guy out if his story turned out to be true, it's always better to be safe than sorry. When I got back to the motel, I went straight to the door of the room next to mine and then hesitated a few moments before finally knocking. I saw the curtains twitch to the right of me and then suddenly heard little Miss Rude yell, "What do you want?" She didn't sound mad or crazy, just a little annoyed that I'd knocked on her door, sure, but nothing like the nervous breakdown her husband had described. When I told her that I had something to ask her and it was better to ask her face to face, she came to the door and opened it just a crack, kind of peering out at me from a dark. Nuts how? Like, no, I'm just curious. Like, I feel like I've heard, like, okay, say your boyfriend got, like, fuming mad, and he just, like, took his fist, and there was, like, a drywall, and he's like, "Yeah, God, oh, I'm so mad." And he punched a hole through the drywall. Straight through. I feel like that would be a little bit impressive, right, for a girl. Like, she'd be like, "Whoa. That's a strong boyfriend." His name is not Kyle. Yeah, it's drywall. It's drywall. Big deal. Exactly. That's what I was saying. Big deal. Just spackle it. Get it back to normal. Be ready for another hit tomorrow. Pick your wounds. I used to patch up those holes in my brother's walls. That's hilarious. Just every day. Every day he goes to school and I'm like, here I go. There's like 50 of them. The entire, like, one side of the wall is just completely, it's like punched in like a pattern. What's that, like, spiral pattern that is like found in like every living life form? He punches it that way. Yeah, he punches it in a Fibonacci sequence. That'd be so fucking fun. Alright, sorry. That joke was supposed to be a while ago, but... When I told her I had something to ask her, and it was better to ask face to face, she came to the door and opened it just a crack before peering out at me from the dark inside. She then asked me again in a much lower voice what business I had knocking at her door. Now, I didn't quite know what to say at first, or rather, I didn't quite know how to say it. So instead, I just asked her a question in the form of, "Ma'am, did your parents pass recently?" Now, she just screwed up her face before telling me no, and her father had died many years before and her mom was still very much alive. And it feels tasteless to say that this is... tasteless. Absolutely tasteless. Tactful and tasteless. 2027 jokes, yeah, it takes me until the new year to finally get it out. No, not impressed with a guy slamming his fist through a drywall. Something is off with a guy who can't control his impulses when he gets angry. Oh, okay. I was just checking. Just seeing what you guys... I don't know what everybody's into. I was just kind of like casting a wide net. Narrowing down people's experiences. That's all. When I told her I had to ask her something, it's better to ask face. I didn't quite. I said, "Ma'am, did your parents pass?" She screwed up her face before telling me no. Her father had died many years before, and her mother was still very much alive. It feels tasteless to say that... God damn it, I can't read. I just want to read chat the whole time. Are you indirectly telling us your red flags? No, I would never do that. I'm not crazy. I just didn't know if you guys were into it, if you like fucking insane dudes who will drink Monsters and play Fortnite and just get like absolutely fucking ticked off. Absolutely ticked with a capital T. Jamaican lullaby. You gotta write it out for me. Depends on what made him angry. I don't want to be sorry. I was trying to think of other funnier things to say, but I guess you guys took me saying that as serious, so let me just clarify, that was sarcasm, but I didn't have any funny follow-up jokes with it other than the Fibonacci sequence. It feels tasteless to say this given the circumstances, but that vindication, that confirmation that I was right to withhold information, it felt great. I hadn't been this paranoid. And my suspicions had been entirely correct. And the lady still had a confused look on her face, so I quickly told her about the man that I met in the parking lot of that chicken place, and how he'd showed me a photograph of her. And the second I said it, her face just dropped and turned white. But not just in shock or realization, she looked more like I'd told her the dead were rising from their graves. She looked terrified, and after a few moments of silence, she told me, "Can you come inside?" And after she shut the door behind us, the first thing she did was thank me, and I witnessed a total shift in this woman's demeanor. She went from rude and antisocial to sweet and vulnerable as she explained that she'd recently escaped from her abusive husband. It wasn't just arguments or bad tempers, but years of steadily. Shit. When did these yapping streams start, bro? I didn't realize it, but I think I've been streaming for like 7+ years. We are into you. Okay, that being said, I don't smash my fist through the wall, but I do set C4 and just blow the whole fucking thing open, like Battlefield 6. The guy who was never sarcastic tries sarcasm one time and never does. I'm done. I'm out. I'm never being funny again in my life. What I should have did is I should have put, for all the Redditors in the audience, I should have did /S. Sometimes it's really hard to pick up on people's tone over a live stream. If you're not specifically cuddling with them or like living in their house for up to 6 to 10 years, like you really just can't understand when they're trying to be funny. So I was funny. Dude, I'm the funniest guy. I'm top funny. There's top G, and then there's top funny. It's me. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. You see what you people do now? He's too afraid. Now I'm gonna be afraid. I'm gonna get canceled. Cancel me if you want, I don't even care. I just think it's great to blow up walls and stick your fucking fingers in there. It wasn't just arguments or bad tempers, but years of steadily escalating violence. Then, by the time she got scared he might beat her to death, she knew it was time to go, and she slipped away while he was at work with nothing but a case of clothes, some cash, and her car. Hearing about all the abuse, I shortened the word abuse to buse, just so people know what I'm slang. Yeah, if I can't swim around in your brain, how will you ever understand? I'm gonna do an apology video. Sorry guys for party rocking. Yeah. Sorry for making my own DIY glory holes everywhere in my house, and no one ever using them, except for all the little mice in the walls. Me when I remember periods are a thing. I can't believe girls have to go through this once a month. Dear periods, stop it. I mean it. Give her a cramp? Yeah, right. I'm about to give you a noogie. Do I read books? No, I don't even know how to, dude. It's a waste of time. You get multiple periods a month? I will find him, and I will exact my revenge. Hearing about all the abuse she went through made my skin crawl, and when I told her I'd lied to him about not seeing her, she looked so relieved that I thought she might cry. I also told her about taking his cell number and joked about how I could misdirect him with a false sighting. Now, this was the first time I actually saw her smile, and she laughed weakly before warning me not to get involved. Then, after thanking me a dozen more times, I went back to my room and got ready for bed. I went to sleep feeling good, like I'd done something truly special in helping a battered spouse avoid her abusive husband. But a couple of hours later, I had it. Queef Sweat with the 5s. Shout out to Macho Man. Oh yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage and Snagglepuss, yo. Hell yeah. Can you imagine the two of them? That actually would be such a good movie. Macho Man, Randy Savage, tag teaming with Snagglepuss as like a fully animated character that he has to interact with and they have to completely animate. God, that would be heaven on earth. So two periods a month. How did that occur? I mean, it's none of my business. You don't have to say. But how did God bless you with so many? How do you fix high cortisol other than magnesium and morning sun and no caffeine after 11? Probably exercise if you're not doing that, you know what I mean? Like weightlifting and maybe some steady state cardio for like 20 to 30 minutes or something like that. You don't know, but you're not happy. I feel like that couldn't... Well, let's look it up. If you don't mind me, I'm not trying to put you on the spotlight, but I'm kind of like generally curious. Why would someone have 2 periods a month? Maybe 2 uteruses, so you could have 2 separate sets of twins. Why would someone have 2 periods? Okay. Cycle length variations. A normal menstrual cycle is 21 to 35 days. If someone has a shorter cycle, such as 21 days, it's possible to bleed at the beginning and end of the same calendar month, which can look like 2 periods. For example, if a person starts on the 1st and the next on the 22nd, it can fall in the same month. Okay, that makes sense. Hormonal fluctuations, stress, sudden weight changes, intense exercise, thyroid issues, or perimenopause can cause irregular hormone levels that shorten the cycle. Conditions like polycystic ovary syndrome, PCOS, or thyroid disorders often lead to irregular or more frequent bleeding. Birth control or medications. Starting, changing, or missing doses of hormonal birth control pills, IUDs, injections, implants can trigger breakthrough bleeding. Some medications affecting hormones or blood clotting can also play a role. Underlying health conditions. Uterine fibroids or polyps can cause extra bleeding. Infections like pelvic inflammatory disease or bleeding disorders may also lead to irregular cycles. Life stages. Adolescence cycles are often irregular in the first few years after period begins. Perimenopause, hormone fluctuations before menopause often cause shorter, irregular, heavier cycles. Yeah, endometriosis. It's Red Sea. Is there ever a time in which you want to visit the hospital? Jeez, I can't type. The hopsicle. You gotta go visit the popsicle. Go to the hospital, urgent care if very heavy bleeding, soaking through one or more pads, tampons every hour for several hours in a row, passing large clots larger than a quarter frequently, severe abdominal pelvic pain that isn't relieved by over-the-counter medicine, dizziness, fainting, or weakness which may suggest blood loss or anemia, bleeding after sex between periods that is usually heavy or sudden, bleeding during pregnancy, even spotting should be evaluated. See a doctor soon because you consistently have 2 periods a month for several cycles in a row. So that's probably something to consider if it's been several cycles in a row. Your cycles suddenly become much shorter or more irregular than usual. You notice new symptoms like fatigue, weight changes, or hair, skin changes, which could suggest a hormonal issue like thyroid problems. You are over 40 and your cycle changes suddenly, possible perimenopause, but sometimes needs evaluation for endometrial issues. Oh man, it's the curse of Eve. Well, I don't know. It might be good to go see a doctor. Okay. On some Chinese herbs. There you go. Just go to China. Which Chinese herbs, though? Question. Big question. Just so we can cross-reference it. Contact your witch doctor, yeah. But a couple of hours later, I hear this crash that had me bolting out of bed, terrified. And because in that moment I had major sleepy brain, I initially thought that what I'd heard was a car accident on the highway outside, but I didn't even make it over to the window before I heard another bang. And it was coming from the room next door, the one with Little Miss Rude, or as she should really be called, the wife on the run. I dialed 911 on speaker as I threw on some clothes, telling them what was going on before heading out the door into the parking lot. I hadn't seen the husband yet, but I didn't need to. I knew only one man in the world could be responsible for the things she'd screamed, and the only one who would have replied in the way he did. Once I was dressed, I ran out into the parking lot just in time to see the man's... Just in time. Ah, you're just in time. This guy never reads my comments, not once. No, he does it on purpose. What do you mean? Not true, he goes out of his way to ignore me. What? That's like so untrue. Of course, I honestly don't... Matt Haltman, I honestly don't remember you being in chat in the past. Not to be rude, maybe your comments got blocked or something? I don't know. I honestly don't remember them name Haltman. Oh, you're being silly. Okay. That's okay. That's how you got attention, I suppose. It's the real Matt. No, but you do always ignore me. It just I go back and forth forever. What are you talking about? What are you making me go crazy? I'm gonna crash out. The great Matt Haltman crash out. Yeah, people never acknowledge our when men get their periods. When we have menopause. You're taller than me? How tall are you? How tall are you? Tell me right now. I get no respect. No respect. Once I was dressed, I ran out into the parking lot just in time to see the same man from the chicken place parking lot. He had her by the arm, and he was dragging his escaped wife toward a pickup truck. He was dragging her, but she wasn't on her feet. She was unconscious, her legs scraping against the gravel, and the sight of a ragdoll like that made me feel sick. I started. You're almost 5'9". Oh, shorty. Shouty. She a little shouty. Oh wow, he's gonna go back and do his jorb. No, it is menopause. It is no men pause. Yeah. It is kind of insane when you just like see someone that's like incredibly tall, because you're just like, what the fuck is that thing? They're just like a human being, but if you just like if they were like a JPEG file, you just grabbed them by the corner and like dragged it outwards, and you're like, Jesus Christ. Does that Dr. Pepper make you burp? I wish I had Dr. Pepper, bro. I don't have any today. You disagree with war? I don't know. Am I the only one that likes war in here? I'm going to say something controversial. I like blowing stuff up. Come on. Is that too much to ask? Some of us just want to have a good time. Oh, because of the casualties. Well, listen, how am I supposed to take... Okay, I can't consider everything when wanting to blow things up. Like if you're in the house, if you're in the post office, like, hello, I like make thing go boom boom. You're 5'10" as a woman. It sucks because guys always go for the short gals. Yeah, does that kind of have to make you like switch up your approach a little bit? In the sense that, do you have to like kind of be more, do you have to have like your own female riz, I guess? And because honestly, guys are really receptive if you just like walk up to them and just grab them by the fucking throat and say, you're mine. Do I support arson? I haven't tried it yet. Let's see what happens. thing I like about war is that I can do terrible things in a context where people cheer for me. Ever brush someone else's teeth? I guess helping. I normally don't tell, but Tom Cruise is my dad, but the replacement dad Scientology gave me is one of those super tall people size UK 13 shoes, but I never told you Scientology would come for me. I normally don't tell, but Tom Cruise is my dad, but the replacement dad Scientology gave me, oh okay, they gave you a new one, is one of those super tall people in size UK 13 shoes, but shush, I never told. Okay. I'm 3 apples tall. That would be really funny. Just like see Tom Cruise in the middle of an action scene and then he's just like next to a little turtle. I'm 4 years old. I'm learning that I have to generally make the first move. I'm not even picky. I would love a short king or tall boy as long as he's kind, respectful, and funny. Oh. That's awesome. Do I like being dominated? No, I'm just kidding. JK. But I mean, honestly, if like a girl was taller and say like she doesn't get approached, honestly, just in general, I mean, like a woman being very forward, I mean, it takes like half the pressure out of the guy's equation if she like makes it obvious and doesn't like play like games or anything like that. Like that's like, I'm literally sure 100% of dudes would go for it. Like they just would not give a shit. Alright, where were we here? Always wear a condom. Listen, guys, don't tell me what to do. I started yelling and screaming for him to let her go, for people to help her, and before long, a couple of other motel guests came out of their rooms. One of them, a big guy in flannel pajama pants, ran straight toward them and shouted for him to let go. Another man from further down the road joined in. The husband swung at one of them, but in the chaos, a third man came at him from the side and shoved him so hard he let go of his wife. After that, he seemed to realize just how outnumbered he was, and after running to his truck, he peeled out of that lot and zoomed off down the highway. Someone had already called the police and another guest was on the phone with 911 for an ambulance, and the woman just laid on the floor, still out cold with her face all swollen on one side. I started wondering how her husband could have found her, and when it hit me, the realization made me feel twice as nauseous. He must have seen that I recognized her when he showed me that photo of Jackson Smith. Welcome to the Butterstock Hall. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Jackson. I used to be 5'6", and I got used to women being taller than me after years of chiropractic care, yoga. I'm 5'8". Now it's kind of weird being noticeably taller. That is interesting. It's a big jump. It's crazy how many men that go out of their way to make the first move too. Well, I mean, I guess that's just sort of expected on men, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, that's just like the sort of unsaid social expectation is that men have to do all of the courting and interactions, and then the women can kind of just be like, next. Meanwhile, the men are like jumping off a cliff to kill themselves because they're sad. I mean, it's super antiquated, sure, but I mean, it's like, it's maybe it's a thought that's built into the guys in the sense that that's probably what they're going to be doing, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't know. You get catcalled twice, so that's when I'm like, actually, I'm not a cat, so don't call me that. Some girls are aggressive. Yeah, for sure. And that's what I'm saying. Be more aggressive. Every girl in here, if you want somebody, be aggressive as fuck. It'll work, I promise. How do I talk to men? Am I supposed to go up to them and say, hi, do you have a girlfriend? Yeah, dude, guys are, I'm not even joking, guys are idiots. Like, you can say whatever the fuck you want. I mean, they're smart, but like, if you can say whatever you want to them, then they will talk to you. Like, guys will talk to everybody. And then, what about aggressively affectionate? I mean, maybe wait a little bit, but it just depends on what you want, I guess, you know. But you can do whatever you want, honestly. Gives a shit. This is an open world game. Great, yeah, grab him by the wiener. I mean, don't do that. But you get the idea. If you are a human woman and not terribly overweight, most men will respond positively. Yeah, there you go. That sums it up there. Get that tattooed on a shirt. He must have seen that I recognized her when he showed me that photo of her, or maybe he just smelled the lie for what it was. Then all he had to do was follow me back to the motel at a distance, and then he could have watched from afar as I knocked on that door of her room. I made it easy for him. I thought that I'd been helping her, and instead, I condemned her to face a nightmare come to life. The cops arrived to secure the area, and then not long after, the EMT showed up and wheeled her away on a stretcher. She was awake by then, but she obviously wasn't doing too well, and I couldn't bring myself to try and talk to her because of how guilty I felt. I was convinced that I'd led... Oops. I would love to get called. I'm still riding on the high of the big old black lady saying thank you, sugar, and give me 2 hugs 2 months ago. Sometimes what you need. You tell a guy he looks good in yellow, and that's the only shirt he's going to wear for the rest of his life. No, he said no. So it was last day of the semester at college, and he was in my class, and so I was like, F it. But it turns out he had a girlfriend, and she was in my class the following semester, and... well, I mean, that makes sense. If you had a girlfriend, you know, then... yeah. Do I like Wingstop? I don't know if I've ever been to a Wingstop, honestly. I was convinced I'd led her... I was convinced that I'd led her abusive husband straight to her, and I'm still convinced that that's the case, even after years upon years of trying to convince myself otherwise. After the cops and EMTs drove off, the whole lot went completely quiet again, and I went back to bed and tried to sleep, but it didn't come easy. In the morning, I packed my bag and checked out, barely making eye contact with the manager as I did so. I didn't ask about the woman, and I couldn't bring myself to. I just sort of got in my car and drove off. What's considered aggressively affectionate? I don't know. I feel like you wouldn't want to be aggressively affectionate right out the gate with someone you're, you know, because you don't, you know, you can get away with a lot on the first date with like a dude, but you don't want to like, obviously you don't want to creep him out, you know. It's just that dudes have a much higher threshold for whatever you can do to them because they're already like the much more sexually driven sort of other, you know, opposite sex, and you know, you miss me, I'm right here, dude. I ain't gone nowhere, dog. What if you aren't attracted to the woman? Well, yeah, I guess that would not be that great then, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, I guess that wouldn't be awesome, you know. Yeah, it was awkward though. I don't know why she would even know who I am, but she gave me the silent treatment for the entire semester. She'd sit in the front of me and my bestie of her class, and she would only talk to her. Where are the creeps at? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, honestly, even if you were creepy with a guy like right out the gate, and in the terms of what women would consider a guy being creepy, like you could probably do that to a dude and he would still like not give a shit if it meant that there's a possibility of sex or something. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you wouldn't, I don't think. Like, they would, yeah, definitely fall for the bait, for sure, but you wouldn't want to give up your body to someone, like, right out the gate, because, yeah, the guy is obviously just going to, like, lose interest, because that's just sort of biologically built into a lot of guys to jizz and run. Boobs? Sold. I'm in. A horrible first date? I don't think so. I vaguely remember like one time going on a date with, I don't even know, that she was like really nice. It was over like an app. And then she invited me to her like roommate's apartment, or like her apartment, and all of her roommates and stuff were in there and they're playing games. And just the entire time, even though she was so friendly over text, she was just like cold and didn't say anything, and it was really awkward and strange. It was like she was a completely different person, and then I ended up just like chatting with the roommates and becoming friends with them for like the night, and I don't know, it was very strange. Oxytocin is released every time you sleep with him. I don't know if you overwhelm the man's brain with oxytocin, you might hook him for life. I mean, it's possible. The app was Grindr. The night was Christmas 2025. The app, Grindr. And me and all the other gay guys didn't have a home to go home to. So of course we spent most of it drinking each other's splooge. Yeah, we just had a big roommate orgy afterwards. Aggressively, passionately say goodnight to husband. There you go. That's all you need to do. So should I approach a guy and say smile? No, you should have a knife and put it to his face and say, let's put a smile on that face. Even then he'd be like, whoa, dude, she's kinky, man. I've been cleaning rooms at the Cedar Pines Motel for almost 15 years now. It's not a fancy place, just one of those long, single-story motels you see off the highway, the kind with faded green doors and an ice machine that only seems to work when it wants to. We get a mix of guests. Some are just passing through, some stay for a couple of weeks, and you learn very quickly not to ask too many questions. Now, it was a quiet afternoon in late September, I remember, and I was coming back from cleaning room 8 when I saw a kid, maybe 5 or 6 years old, walking back and forth outside room 14. Now, at first, I thought he was just playing, maybe waiting for his parents to come back from the vending machine. But after a while, I noticed that he wasn't playing so much as just sort of pacing up and down. And when I asked him where his mom and dad were, he just sort of shrugged and said he didn't know. He didn't look scared exactly, just more empty. Like whatever had happened. Where's the Irish accent? It's coming in hot for ya. Oh man, you guys are funny. Your first date was a Garth Brooks concert. You couldn't get me to go to that concert. That's funny. What even is country music at this point? Like everything, it's so weird to me. I honestly thought back in the year 2010 when I was in college, I honestly thought back in that day that I thought entertainment was going to get more open, more unique, more interesting, just like deviate away from a certain sense of corporatism. But it just seems like everything in society, especially in the past like 8 to 10 years, has just become so excessively corporatized to the extent that like we like it. You know what I mean? Like, it's very strange to me to like see someone like Taylor Swift, who back in the year 2010 I've heard of and knew people were fans of her, but I really never did anticipate that she would become this sort of like, you know, goddess queen, you know, that rules over her followers to like such an extent. And like just anything like that. Just a lot of like unified narratives within the media. I don't know, like abstract pressuring, like such a galvanization, I guess, down the middle between left and right, all those kinds of things. Like, I just really never expected it to be that easy, I guess. I saw the Taylor Swift in 2008 in a county jail. Yeehaw, she was under a waterfall. Oh, that sounds pretty sick. She's gonna kill me, bro. Yeah, the fact that people were even like afraid of her fans is like weird to me. You can't name a Taylor Swift song. What about like Big Steamy Milk? I remember one of hers. Or Get That, I Come Up and Grab That Dax Swangin'. That's a good one, I think. I don't know how it goes, but it sounds, I remember it was popular back in the 2011s. That's what we kept asking each other. I stopped feeling the vibe so quick that I didn't want to be rude and just end the date halfway through. I saw some dude who was on the news today as like a popular up-and-coming country singer, and man, his head was fucking massive. He was like a young kid, and I feel like he had some like name that was like something Wayne, you know, because it's trying to be like John Wayne, something Wayne or Wayne something, and he just had like Megamind level forehead. Like, his brain looked huge. I'm such a bully. I'm not a bully. I'm just making a comment. I'm just commenting on the size of his noggin. It was huge. It generally looked like it was like pulsating with like power. Like he could pick things up with his psychic thoughts. One time my ex asked me to take his socks off for him before bed, and I happily obliged. The next day I asked him to put lotion on my legs, and he got annoyed. I thought, guys like that. Huh, I don't know. I'm bullying you. What did I do? Oh, your forehead's big as hers. No, you don't have a big forehead. You're probably just thinking that in your head, but honestly, we didn't say that. And sometimes we're our own biggest critics, you know what I mean? And we kind of like hyper-emphasize what the things that we think are, you know, are faults. But it's not, you know, I think, nah, you don't have a big forehead. You're not Megamind or anything like that. You do have one. Well, that just means that you're smart, maybe, I think. Like, you might have psychic powers, you might have an increased, like, basal ganglia, you might be able to see the future in your dreams, you might be able to do various forms of calculus on the fly to determine the trajectory in which, like, a nuke falls. There you go. That's good. Being smart's good. Jimmy Neutron. You failed pre-calc. That's okay, you just need to do it again. I didn't look scared exactly, more like empty. Like whatever had happened had knocked all the pep out of him or something. And after taking the kid's hand, I went to the office to find Carl, the clerk on duty. And Carl's the kind of guy who's been doing this job forever and who doesn't get rattled very easily. I told him about that kid and he checked the logbook. Now, sure enough, room 14 had been rented out the night before to a couple with a child who actually paid cash. Now, the three of us had then tried knocking on the door of room 14. Carl knocked but got no answer. He knocked again, louder this time, but still nothing. He gave me a nervous look and then went to get his master key. The smell. The smell. The smell. Am I thirsty? Oh, that's a good point. I haven't drank any water in a while. I'm taking conceptual physics and chem this semester. There you go. That's cool. Yeah, I've come to find, like, similar to, like, or like with math classes, like, the difficulty really is just, like, the duration of time it takes to get good at something. So honestly, in that, like, sort of period of time, the only way to really get good at math is just to, like, practice the problems that you're going to do over and over and over and over and over and over again until it's, like, basically like you're learning a TikTok dance move, you know? You might not get it the first 2 times, but give yourself another hour and you might figure it out. He rescues the day from certain destruction. He gave me a nervous look, then went to get his master key. And the smell hit me before the door was even halfway open. Not the strong, rotting smell you get when something's been dead a while, more like that metallic tang of fresh blood. The room was a wreck. The bed sheets were tangled and stained, drawers had been pulled out and clothes thrown all over, and one of the lamps were knocked over and cracked. I saw flecks of blood on one of the walls, little spots like someone had flicked a paintbrush dipped in red. There was more on the bed sheets, so much... Oops. That's actually helpful, Joel, thank you. What did I say? I don't remember. How many of you boys tonight have bangs? Can you imagine a dude with bangs? That'd be so fucking funny. Instead of that stupid ass broccoli cut, I fucking hate that broccoli cut, bro. It literally is like the Jerry curl of fucking 2025. And I just figured it would have been gone like over 5 years ago, but it still just seems to be everywhere. Oh yeah, the Edgar cut. I guess the Edgar cut's a little bit more rare. Did you get praised when you were a kid? Yeah, I guess in various forms. I was always kind of like middle of the road on most things. But mainly because I guess I was pretty lazy. And then but the only thing that I was actually good at was creative shit, you know, like art and whatever the fuck else. Thinking of funny skits. You know, so many boys with bangs. What? Let me look this up. Maybe I'm thinking of something different. I thought you were talking about Bang energy drinks. Boys with bangs. Oh. Yeah, the Edgar cut, yeah. Ugh. Jesus Christ, it looks like some shit out of like, remember the kid from The Shining? Danny boy! Danny! Danny boy! I see broccoli heads in the gym. Yeah, it tends to be like younger. Like late high school, early college, and then like you get into college and like the broccoli hair goes away, and because they realize it looks fucking stupid as shit. Yeah, because it just reminds me, like, if you have the broccoli cut, you probably have a podcast where you talk about your favorite cereal flavor, which is fine. It's fine to sit there and talk about cereals because cereals are delicious. Mine is Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Cookie Crisp. But, you know, if that's all you're talking about, you probably have a broccoli cut. Cinnamon Toast Ken. What's up, Ghosty? This Cookie Crisp one with the Weird Wolf, yeah. That shit's so good. Yeah, Golden Grams are good. Cocoa Puffs, Cookie Crisp, Honey Smacks. Basically, like, just high fructose corn syrup just shaped into any fucking dried up dog food. I'll eat that shit, bro. Okay. Fruity Peb, yeah. There was more on the bed sheets, so much that we couldn't write it off as a nosebleed or something equally harmless. Carl swore under his breath, and I stepped back quickly so the kid couldn't see. I put my head... What the hell's wrong with me? I put my hands on his shoulders and turned him toward the parking lot, telling him that we were going to wait outside. I tried to keep him talking, asking about school and if he liked cartoons. He barely answered me. It was like he knew what had happened and he couldn't process it yet. The police showed up maybe 20 minutes later. The first 2 deputies went in to search the room, and then not long after, they were joined by another officer in plain clothes who I'm guessing was a detective. And that's when I knew that it must have been something serious, very serious. They kept asking us the same questions over and over, stuff like how we found the kid, what time it was, if we'd seen anyone come or go. And I told them everything we knew, which wasn't much. Carl told them about the cash payment and that there was no car listed on the registry. Now, once I was done with the cops, I kept trying to keep the kid distracted. I found some old crayons in the office desk and a few sheets of paper, and he sat at one of the lobby tables and drew pictures while the cops went in and out of the room. At one point, I remember looking over to see what he was drawing and saw it look like a bed with red scribbles all over it. I don't know if it was my imagination, kind of like filling in the gaps, but I felt horrible knowing that he might have actually seen something happen to his parents. A few guests came by. Do I know what the touch of a woman feels like? Yes. It's cold and paralyzing. The spot in which she touches you turns to blackened ash. Hey, Ghosty with the 2 says Dubai chocolate Labubu Benson Boom Crumble Cookie. Goddamn, that does sound pretty good. Is that a cereal flavor? I hope. I hope, Lord, please let that be a cereal flavor. I need to eat that. Jesus Christ, I need to eat that. I need to eat that flavor of cereal. Please, Jesus Christ, give me that cereal. Can we cancel Benson? Who's I don't know who Benson is. Do you have a Labubu or Lafufu? I don't, but my friend's daughter is obsessed with them. I didn't get her one, but somebody got her one. I didn't even know what the fuck they were, but I guess they like collect them and shit. It's actually really sad because they're like 3rd going into like 4th grade, and she's already talking about how like through something on her fucking iPad they have like a messaging thing where like kids can just text each other through this app or something, and they're already like being really mean to each other, like saying she we're at dinner, she like typed it out, and then I thought it was so funny I took a screenshot of it. God damn it, where is it? Oh yeah, let me find it. I don't know exactly what the context or how they're communicating with one another because they're so kids and shit, but let's see. Okay. So someone says, I don't care if you tell blank, but she's a spoiled brat and she's so ugly that the moon can't even stare at her. I'm like, what? Someone sent that to you or about you? And then the person responded to them saying, you're a pig, like you're a oink like a pig nose emoji 3 times, a pig face 3 times, a rat emoji 4 times, because you're a big back, and then crying, laughing emoji face like 7 times. Did you forget again? Like, what the fuck? These kids are fucking ruthless, bro. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is a big back? I don't know, but I like it, and it's now part of my vernacular. I don't know, I'm just thinking like, bro, I don't know, they should not be fucking communicating with each other at all. And just like hearing about like inter-kid drama is just like such a sad state. You get called Unk, it's all good. Except Unk status. It means wisdom. And bald. No, I'm just kidding. Alright. The insults are more and more brain rot, yeah. It's never getting good. What happened in the good old days when you just go and hit someone in the shins with a lead pipe? Alright, where the fuck was I? At one point I remember looking over to see what was... Oh, yeah. Came by to see what the commotion... Oh, yeah. At one point, I remember looking over to see what he was drawing and saw it look like a bed with red scribbles all over it. I don't know if it was my imagination, kind of like filling in the gaps, but I felt horrible knowing that he might have seen something happen to his parents. A few guests came by to see what the commotion was, but the cops kept moving along until one lady, the lady in room 6, said that she thought that she'd heard a loud bang in the middle of the night. It had been loud enough to wake her, but since it only happened the one time, she'd figured it was just someone dropping a heavy suitcase or maybe her hearing something. Only then did she realize that she might well have heard something terrible actually happening. It was maybe 2 hours before a woman from Child Protective Services stopped by to see about the kid. She was polite but firm with us, but super sweet and friendly with the kid as she told him that he needed to go with her to talk to some nice folks over at her office. He didn't ask questions. He just took her hand and followed her to her car. I don't know why, but I knew right then that whatever happened in that room, he wasn't going to see his parents ever again. The police never told us much after that. They took the sheets and the lamp and some clothing and a few other things from the room, and it was sealed for a while, and when I finally got it back to clean, it was completely stripped bare. The mattress was gone, the curtains were gone, almost everything had been taken away to be... Hey, see you, Beth, take care. You can go to a store to make your own cereal? That sounds pretty good. Yeah, Grandpa knew best. What's up, Malice? Oh, I liked it when the music dropped. It's like a breakdown. Oh yeah, that does happen sometimes. I'm like, oh shit, I better say something important. Beat drop. The mattress was gone, the curtains were gone, almost everything had been taken away to be examined as evidence. They left a faint outline on the carpet where the bed used to be, and even though I scrubbed for hours, I could still see a shadow of that reddish-brown stain on the wall. Every now and then I wondered about that kid. If he remembers that day, if he ever found out what had happened. I've clearly Whoops. Hey, Leah Weldon, what's up, dude? Every now and then I wonder about that kid, if he remembers that day, if he ever found out what happened. I've cleaned plenty of bad messes in my time, rooms full of garbage, rooms where people overdosed, heck, even rooms where people have died. But there was something different about room 14. Something about the quiet way that boy paced outside like he already knew that he was alone. I still work here and not much has changed, The paint on the doors is even more faded, and the ice machine still doesn't work half the time. But I can't walk past that room without glancing at the door. I half expect to see a small figure waiting there, pacing back and forth, not knowing, or maybe knowing too well, why Mom and Dad are gone forever. Wait, so what happened? Did the parents kill themselves, or what? Do you have obesity? I caught it from a prostitute at a truck stop at a Krispy Kreme parking lot. These quakes stressing me all the way out. Oh damn, where are the earthquakes happening? Where are the earthquakes? Indonesia, Argentina. Oh wow, we got quakes everywhere. Tonga, Samoa, Chile, North Maluku, Tonga, Japan, Australia? I am the epicenter. My cheeks are quaking. The only safe places in the cheese caves. Yeah, I can't imagine going through an earthquake. It's insane. I think there was one that hit in Pennsylvania back in, I think when I was in college. I think it was loosely related to like fracking, but I don't remember feeling it. I think I might have been in the shower when it happened and had no idea. You feel my tectonic plates straight up grinding. Alright, dudes. I am going to go take my magnesium and be right back. Please talk amongst yourselves. And I'll see you in a little bit. I wish I had like chores for you guys to do while I'm gone. Little tasks. Damn. Oh yeah, that'd be fun if you had bingo. Or just like some sort of interactive thing. It's fine, we just said the name Matt so many times that the name doesn't sound real anymore. Isn't it weird the more you say it? Matt. Hello, I'm Matt. Matt. Everybody scatter. Pocket sand. Alright. Guess what I brought home from Oregon? What'd you bring? Better be some sort of exotic beast. I should stop referring to you by your last name. Outdoors? Is that your last name? Your girlfriend thinks you're famous. You are famous. I've seen you before. Search the internet for the weird new article title and pick one and read it. I don't know your real names. I know all your real names. I know them. Thanks for being up at this hour with your podcast. I just came home from the hospital. My husband has a brain bleed after a transplant, and this is grounding. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Joel doesn't know the real Joels and shit. Everybody's just a clone of me. Alright, what's the article? New article.
The New York Times, CNN, USA Today, NBC News, Google News.
Who cares? Who cares what they have to say? None of it's ever mattered, has it? When's the last time anything fucking mattered on the news? Oh, OJ's convicted. Yay. Stop being nihilistic. Stop being nihilistic. Grow up and consume media. And believe it. PSYOP News. Welcome back to PSYOP News. I'm a fan of you, but I'm a pretty big fan of you, but if you don't love reading terrible things every day about stuff you can't control and never could control, and probably couldn't even stop if you had a time machine, then I think I might just unsubscribe. Plenty of good independent media. Who am I supposed to read? Tell me what to think. I need to know. If I don't have someone else tell me how to think, then I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Thomas, thank you for the 10, bro. Thank you. You're welcome, bro. Love you. Appreciate you. Good to see you again. Majority Report. Why does that sound so familiar? Maybe a book. Hey, Lucy. Take care. Sleep well. Good to see ya. I'm unsubscribed because you were too accessible and I lost interest. Yeah, exactly. I used to like that Let's Read guy until I found out he had a fucking a life outside of fucking reading spookies. What a piece of shit. Ugh. I hate the most Matt Rife elf ad. What does that even have to do with makeup? I don't even know. I haven't seen it. Alright, what are the news? Let's check. News. X and radio go hand in hand. New image. EE News. Hurricane Aaron picks up steam edges along the East Coast. Millersville University is set to welcome new and transfer students to its campus. Why is that exciting? I have no fucking clue. New Orleans S&W announces Turbine 5 is down during peak hurricane season. Is assisted suicide about autonomy or coercion? A new film asks hard questions. Hey, there you go. Remember we were talking about that before. I'm the real Matt, I swear. Oh, Matt Strass. Oh, shit. It's him. It's that guy with the 10. Thank you, bro. The news is that I still want a whoopie pie. We're gonna make you one. You gotta come back and live with the Amish. That'll be your next movie assignment. Method acting. Just in the Amish. Just Amish. Alright, let's read a story. I got nothing left to say. I'm out of words. I'm out of interesting things. I never was. Never will be. For under 5 years, I used to work the front desk at a little motel in the middle of nowhere. It was a quiet little place, a little run-down, but Rhonda, our cleaner, kept the place sparkling. We used to get hunters in the fall, fishermen in the summer, and the occasional trucker rolling in during the midnight hours. And as much as it was mostly a boring job, I came to appreciate the safety and stability. But every so often, we got some real bad men rolling into that old parking lot of ours, and one of them came in the spring of 1996. It was late on a Sunday evening when his car turned into the lot. Into the dot. Heard of Goldbelly? Who's Goldbelly? Is the Choco Taco endangered? Should we have a benefit? We need to bring it back. Don't they sell those in... Goldbelly's my exotic dancer name, it's true. I'm completely spray painted every night. To the point where it just doesn't come off. I spray paint my mouth like Mad Max. Growling at my customers until they give me a $1 bill through my panties. It's a service where you buy stuff from restaurants and they ship it to you. Wait, like ingredients or what? The mugshots of paint huffers, yeah. On my phone, I actually have a sticker of one of those mugshots of those paint huffers as like a sticker. So it's like anytime somebody says something, I just send that sticker of the guy like, huh? With like paint all over his face and nose. It's so fucking funny. What's a whoopsie pie? You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it, babes. You're from down under. It was late on a Sunday evening when his car turned into the lot. It had been a quiet day, maybe 4 or 5 check-ins, and I was halfway through a bad cup of coffee when he walked up to the front desk. He looked normal, a regular middle-aged white guy with a big coat and a red woolly hat. He was friendly too and greeted me warmly before saying he wanted a room for the night. I checked which rooms were free, told him the rate, and then after he slid a credit card across the counter, I ran it through, but the machine declined it. And he says, "Huh? That's weird. It's been working fine all day," and then asked me to try the card again. I did, not once, but twice, and both times the card was declined. Shit. It is somewhat broken down, but it's pretty pricey. If you'd like, you want something that's regional, so I could get Kat's Deli in Cincy. It's somewhat broken down, but it's pretty pricey. It's like, if you want something that's regional, you could get Kat's... What the fuck? So they just like make you food from far away and then they ship it to you? How do they keep it like good? And like, what could you possibly want from some specific place that you couldn't make yourself, that somehow is going to be like as good, kept in a fucking box over the ocean? Delivered by the Flash. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it picks up heat as it goes. Does eating someone cremated remains equal cannibalism? Cannonballism. You get food from PA that you miss? What do you get? Just more, get the whoopie pies. What's the website called? Amish. It comes in an Amish buggy. Goldbelly, sorry. Goldbelly. Interesting. Buy some, get some BOGO. Occasionals. Huh. Chef Francis's Malman. $109 for his Hanger steak dinner kit for 4. Oh, so some of these are like kits you prepare yourself. Not fried chicken ice cream bucket 9 pieces. Oh, that's the ice cream that looks like fried chicken. I need to get that. Oh my god. Dude, eating food is so cool. Some people do it till they're dead. And this guy says, huh? That's weird, it's been working fine all day. And then asked me to try the card again. I did not once, but twice, and both times the card was declined. The guy seemed really embarrassed. He pulled out his wallet as he apologized a bunch, and I told him it was fine as he handed me the cash. Those things happen from time to time, and he didn't have anything to apologize for. He gave me this big smile as he thanked me, and then after I handed him his key and directed him to room 6, he thanked me and headed off down the hall. I was working the night shift that night, 9 p.m. to 7 a.m., so aside from watching the place and making sure the vending machine was all stocked up, all I did was watch movies on the little box TV that we kept in the office. I could keep an eye on the parking lot, so if guests rolled in, I could see them coming. But that night, when I saw headlights coming into the lot, I looked up to see not just one, but 2 cruisers from the Mason County Sheriff's Department. 2 deputies stayed outside watching. Oh. Do a mukbang? That's me fucking every goddamn night I eat. It'd be funny to do a mukbang of like a bunch of octopuses that are still alive and you bite into one and you're like, yuck. And then the rest of the film is just like a 20-hour time lapse of the octopuses like slowly dying on your table. And then you have a crash out video where you yell at your fans for saying that that was cruel and unusual. And you say, octopi don't have souls. They say, prove it. And I say, fuck you. Honestly, that's what like most YouTubers should do if they're ever in an argument with their audience about something. That's what Cinnamon Toast Ken should have did. He's pissed at his audience for saying that it's fine. What did he do? He said it's people who jump off cliffs are dumb. Don't disagree. But he should have just, instead of an apology video, he should have made a growling video where he lets them know how serious he is to the extent that he's growling. And most of the associations there is that he's a wolf man. And if they have some inclination that he could turn into a wolf at any moment, especially under a full moon, they're donezo. I wouldn't want to argue with someone like that. Oh, an octopi. That would be good. Just a pie filled with actual octopus and calamari. Two deputies stayed outside, watching all the rooms, but one deputy came inside to ask me about a declined credit card a few hours earlier. He knew it had been declined 3 times, and he needed to speak to the person using it. Fuck, my head just exploded. He knew it had been declined 3 times, and he needed to speak to the person using it. When I mentioned the guy in the red hat, the deputy asked which room he was in, and I led him to the room. The door was locked, but I gave them the spare key. They opened it slowly, and their guns were drawn, but the room was empty. The man in the red hat was gone. One of the deputies said that he must have been watching the parking lot, and when he saw the patrol cars drive by, he slipped out through his room's rear window. He left behind nothing but a half-emptied bottle of water on the nightstand, a pair of muddy boots by the bed, and the faint smell of something that I couldn't place right away, almost like hair dye or some type of chemical. The deputies asked me to stay out of the room until another group of cops had searched the place and taken away evidence. But then a few hours later, I was taking out some trash when I overheard 2 of the deputies talking to each other, and what I heard made my skin crawl. They said the forensics guy had found a bag in that room and that inside were a whole bunch of different wigs. The forensics team said that they'd need to test it to confirm it, but that at first glance, it looked and felt a hell of a lot like real human hair. But it wasn't that which got me. It was hearing one of the deputies say how one of the wigs matched the hair of a missing woman who disappeared only a week or so earlier. And I decided that I didn't want to hear any more. The deputies and forensics folks stayed for a couple of hours. They took the wigs and the boots and even the water bottle. I heard one of them say that they were going to check it for DNA. And when they left, the motel went quiet again, but it felt like anything but peaceful. And just hours before, someone who may or may not have been psychopathic, trophy-taking... Oops. Hey, Drew C., good to see you, take care. Oh, he retracted his message. Oh my god, yeah, an octopus just like crawling in your throat. It like curls up in there, because they can make themselves small, and you can imagine like if you were an octopus in someone's throat and you just like make yourself small and just stay in there and hide. And you're like, and you like push into their windpipe. Please, the yawn made me yawn. I don't know why people get upset when I make them yawn with my yawns, because like it's already late. So, you know, isn't the whole point to get tired anyways? Can you pronounce the word vehemently? Vehemently. Vehemently. I think I kind of skipped the H a little bit. I told him vehemently that that was not good. Oh, I'm so tired and tired. That makes me want to go sweepy so the tooth fairy can come and pull up my skirt. Whatever, deal with it. Just hours before, someone who may or may not have been a psychopath, trophy-seeking murderer had been standing 3 feet from me. I'd handed him a key, smiled at him, and I even told him no good. Shut. Yawning has been shown to psychologically be infectious. When one person does it, other people around them do it too. Good. We should all join the cuddle puddle. It's time for bed. You got a root canal today. I'm sorry, broski. They're in there mining for gold. You have to get 15 teeth extracted next month? What the fuck? Might as well just get, like, dentures at this point, right? Just get them all ripped out. And so they do in the Philippines. I'd handed him a key, smiled at him, and I even told him to have a good night. And all the while, maybe in that bag that he was carrying, there was someone... And all the while, maybe in that bag that he was carrying, there was some missing woman's hair. That thought will stay with me as long as I live, and you should have seen how calm he was too. You'd never have suspected in a million years that he was capable of something like that. No visible nerves, no rush, just sort of still, like he had all the time in the world. And I didn't hear much beyond that. The sheriff came back a few days later to ask me some more questions, but they hadn't caught the guy, and he couldn't say if the hair really did belong to that missing woman, but I could tell by the way he talked that it was probably bad. After that, every time someone walked through that door to check in, I watched them a little differently, and I still think about that man who... I got one extract that's been bugging me for years. I'm happy again. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I hear like oral tooth pain is like some of the worst. Yeah, if you get into a hot tub with somebody, you can potentially, through the hot tub water, both get rabies and obesity. I still think about that man, a whole lot actually, because I know people like him don't just exist in movies or the news now. They walk through the front door with a big old smile on their face, pretending there's someone they're not. And you've got no way of knowing who they really are until it's too late. Until it's too late, bitch. Tooth health is crazy important, that's true, yeah. Absolutely freaking true. Cramps are worse? Where? In your vagina? Alright guys, we're gonna read the outro here. You guys have to think of something funny for me to say at the end of the video. Think of something, and if you don't, I will find you. I will find you. I will find you and rip out your hair. Rip your hair up, but not out. The bones are their money, and so are the worms. Joel, name my Black Widow. You bought a Black Widow? Tracer. Could be in a Sweeney Todd musical. It'd be so easy. It'd be so easy, bro. And mine weren't just pulled, they were surgically extracted. I had to go to an oral surgeon, wink wink, and as soon as I woke up, I asked if he would give me another kiss, aka laughing gas, because I wanted to get high. I hope he did. Dude, yeah, Black Widows are scary. Spiders in general are just... I wish there's a part of me that kind of wishes I could overcome my fear of them, but it's like I see them, it's like you gotta die. I know you're existing over there peacefully, but listen, you're in my hood, which just so happens to be the bathroom curtain. You can't be in there. I now have to squish you and your whole entire lineage. Jumping spiders helped you overcome your fear? Dude, the jumping spiders, I like what they look like, but I feel like at any moment they're going, like, jumping right in your mouth and laying eggs. They jump in your mouth, bite you, lay egg in your tongue. The eggs immediately fester out and explode with thousands of other spiders. That's what happens with them. That's why we don't like them. They're aware of you. They should become less aware of me, because I will find them. The jumping spiders are the sweetest little babies, same with wolf spiders. Dude, wolf spiders are not nice, right? Am I wrong? I thought wolf spiders were like... They like find where you live, bro. They got beef. Natural born beef. Grass-fed beef with me. Coconut crabs are fine. They can come in the house. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos on every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern. That sounds so stupid. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. And I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. Go check it out. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, coconut crabs are fine. They can come in the house. I will find you, gory holes. Justin, welcome back for 8 months. This is You Shall Squeak When Spoken To. That's a good one. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, you shall squeak when spoken to. Basically, that's like a little mouse telling other little mouses to not fall out of line into hierarchy. Coconut crabs eat humans? Not me, bro. I eat them first. Do they eat them in real time, or do they wait till you're dead and eat you, like Amelia Earhart situation? Friends, colleagues, people of the round, I love you. I appreciate you. Meek Mouse must go to his house and sleep. But I hope all of you have a great evening. I don't know what day it is, so it's Wednesday. So I will be back streaming Sunday. And yeah, it'll be fun. I'll go ahead and get this edited up over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there. There is a new, what the fuck's it called? A Twist of History episode out under the Ballin Studios umbrella. If you guys want to check that out, and you can see it and find the link on my Instagram at letsread.official. It's on my story, and also the pinned post as well. But yeah, otherwise, guys, I will see you next stream, and we'll see you when the video comes out tonight at 9 p.m. EST. Love you, appreciate you, and I will see you again soon. Let's go!